What's up, guys? Fortunately, they put me in a bad spot. What's up, guys? They put me in a bad spot. What's up, guys?
Flying Nimbus!
Where'd he go? Oh, he's gone. I'm gonna transform anyways.
You're done!
I don't even know if this was the original guy I was chasing, but we're getting key rushed a little bit. We got level 3. Looking for some civilians. Because I just need to kill 2 of them, and I'll get my level 4. Some of the survivors. Alright, knocked over here. This guy's over here. Oh no, he's sold out. have to find that E key. I'll just do an area of destruction. And then go straight for the time machine. I have to find that E key. I'll just do an area of destruction. Straight for the time machine. That was a Dragon Ball radar. That would be really nice. Oh, we found the key for them. Let's shoot. We're not Survivor right now, bro. I think I see someone over there.
Get out here right now!
This guy's gone. Well, they found the key. I think we can have my level 4 now.
If you think I'm just going to let you get away. Don't worry. You'll be dead as soon as the fear sets in.
Yeah, two of them down.
Well. This is quite fun. It must be my lucky day.
I don't think they're gonna try to fight me.
Behold! Bastard! Look at you. Now you're nothing but a worthless hunk of scrap metal. Not even fit to be sold for parts. Bastard! Look at you. Now you're nothing but a worthless hunk of scrap metal. Not even fit to be sold for parts. Here it comes.
Yeah, I'm not gonna waste my time. Wait, should I get him?
Here it comes. Look at you. Now you're nothing but a worthless hunk of scrap metal. Not even
Not like
Super
this.
toxic with Salt. I love his catch lines. Toxic with Salt. I love his catch lines. There's only one person left.
Would you care to take part in a little warm-up?
No idea what this person is.
Would you care to take part in a little warm-up?
Oh, he's gone. Leveled up from 30 to 32. Not bad.
Shown having to jump right back into the fight by punching Raijin in the face was when Raijin's recap went on to then continue. But as quick as I was to go and address that coward minister and forewarning him for the dangers that will come, and I was too careless to have went and taken my eyes off that angel, because although I knew that he was very responsive in combat, and I wasn't expecting for him to be as fast as he was to continue our battle even after I had attacked him the way I did prior. But even while he had went and attacked me, I could sense a very strange but yet very familiar darkness that was beginning to come from somewhere deep within his very spirit, as it was this very feeling that I had then began to sense coming from deep within him is what intrigued me the most, Raijin continues. But even with my power having to rival and even surpass that of many gods of destruction, I still wasn't formidable enough to truly do the damage that I had intended on creating onto Murno. My magic and the energy that my magic had been feeding off of, however, within the demon realm was what kept me going out there against Murno, for it even went on to sidetrack the angel the longer we continued to engage, which was exactly what it was that I had needed. And while the angel continued to display feats of strength that went far beyond my own, Raijin continues, and I still made sure to go and keep a very watchful eye on him, which was all that I needed in order to study the way he fought. And while he continued to fight with an iron fist and doing what his father had ordered for him to do, and I still went on to make sure that even while he may have held the advantage for a brief moment out here against me, that I too had been watching and growing stronger myself as a result of our battle, which had even gone as far as to take the angel back by surprise, because as I went on to watch those who came before me fall to Murno, I, on the other hand, had refused to go and suffer the same fate as they did. And as even while I had went and refused to give in and allow for this angel to seize this opportunity here against me, the shadow that I had sensed that was hidden beneath his divine brilliance was slowly beginning to stir, and as we continued to clash, I continued to feel it growing stronger with every blow that was exchanged. And as although I wasn't able to understand it at first, I knew that it was there, buried deep within his very soul, which was ultimately just waiting to go and make its presence known here against me. And for a moment, while I questioned on whether my senses were deceiving me, and I only then began to ask on could it really be that the so-called perfect angel had carried within him a darkness that was similar to our own within the demon realm? For had it been possible that what it was that I was sensing had been something far more sinister than what the angel was allowed to reveal? For could it really be that the firstborn son of the Grand Minister was harboring a prideful and dark nature that was reflective to that of my own? And while at first I couldn't go and believe for this feeling to be true, as our battle continued and the more we fought, the more apparent my suspicions about him had became. And while I continued to fight this angel with every ounce of anger and hatred within my heart for his kind that I had, and it was only then upon that very moment during the middle of our battle was where I began to see it for myself. myself. And as it was only within this very brief moment here against Murno was where I then began to see his form begin to slowly change, as well as having to see his aura flickering with some kind of an otherworldly darkness that was reflective to our own. As it was only upon having to then see this with my very own eyes was where I knew that my suspicions about this angel had been correct with what I was beginning to sense coming from him all along. And as once I had this moment to go and see this for myself, Raijin continues, was when it all finally dawned upon me on why the Grand Minister had kept the knowledge behind what I was truly after by using the configuration cubes away from Murno. And his very reasons for having to do this was because deep down within Murno's heart, similar to that of us demons here, Raijin says, Murno's very soul had been tainted with rage, and along with this rage came a prideful resentment towards the very hierarchy which he fought to protect. And as I knew right then and there that this angel was by no means pure, and while I saw this opportunity as a way to try and sway Murno's mind into joining our ranks, Raijin continues, there was still but a very small part of him that had remained loyal to the throne, and so why destroy what can be used to conquer? As it was only even after I had realized this revelation for myself, I knew that I just had to go and try. But even while I did, the angel would not give in, Raijin continues, no matter how badly I tried to deter him from his orders, which had ultimately then resulted in the battle having to carry on. For not only was this a moment of weakness for the angel in attempting to do anything and everything he could to try to mask himself from his father, and I just knew within my guts that this too wouldn't last, as I had then realized right then and there that these so-called neutrally divine beings weren't so incorruptible after all. And while I never would have expected to have the angel later turn against his own kind in attempting to set off a revolution that would nearly go on to destroy the entire multiverse, what I did however know was that whatever this power was that Murno had been harboring was undoubtedly a power that I just had to go and wield for myself. And even though I had tried to whisper delusions of authority within the moment of our battle to Murno, his undying loyalty to that pathetic Omni King and father of his wasn't something that was going to be easy for me to go and try to break away, and thus our battle continued, Raijin says. And as even while I continued to attack, I also watched very carefully as his frustrations were beginning to take over, and while his father may have not realized it within that moment, I, on the other hand, did. And more than anything, while I hated the idea of ever having to side myself alongside another angel, Raijin continues, I knew that if I were to somehow find a way to go and turn that angel against the Grand Minister, then the chances of my victory would have been guaranteed. But since Murno was too naive at the time to have realized on what it was that I had been offering him during the course of our battle, my attempts to go and get him to turn himself over in joining us had proven to be unsuccessful, Raijin continues. And after seeing that there was no other way in having to have me warp his mind into joining us to destroy the Grand Minister, I only then had made my decision that if I was going to go down against this angel during this battle, Raijin continues, then I wasn't going to go down without having to take a very large part of both of them with me during the process. But before I was ready to go and unleash the full extent of my demonic magic, it was only just then during that time where I had just so happened to have overheard that wretched Grand Minister go and give Murno some kind of order here against me, Raijin continues. While Murno went on to go and make his move upon being given the order by the Grand Minister, it started to become very obvious on what he was planning on doing here against me, because with Murno given the order to go and have me sealed away, that cowardice angel Murno had wasted no time in having to do exactly that. And while I had sensed the trap beginning to formulate around me, and I wasn't able to respond fast enough to avoid the dangers that I was hereby placed in, and it was only here where I had learned that not only do these mighty angel warriors wield incredible battle power if given permission to go and use it during combat, but it was only here where I had then realized that there was nothing that I could hope to try and do that would liberate me from the chains that Murno had placed around me. And even while I struggled, both my rage and my hatred for these angelic creatures knew no bounds, for all I wanted to do from that moment onwards was to go as as far as to free myself of these chains that were placed upon my body and tear their heads clean off their bodies, Raijin says. But no matter how hard I tried to go and break free from what was about to go and happen to me, there was nothing that I could have done within that moment in time that would have made the difference that I was hoping to make, Raijin says. Because while I struggled to break free from the chains that had bound me, Murno's power was simply too strong for my magic to have any kind of effect on, which had ultimately left me with nothing by the very end. But Murno's bind on me didn't just stop there, for the Grand Priest had feared me so much so that even while in my weakened states, they were afraid that I would go and find a way to escape this metal prison, and as such, the chamber that they had went and imprisoned me in was no ordinary prison, but it was rather a construct of angelic design that was embedded with angelic power that even I couldn't break loose from, as it was Murno himself who had forged the very seal that had kept me bound, for it was but a web of light and power that had cut me off from the demon realm and away from everything that I had worked generations to construct, and yet even while trapped inside, I could still sense their fear of me having to radiate from the outside. And with Murno having followed the Grand Priest to every order without question, Raijin continues, he only further then went on to not only seal me away within a prison that was designed to break even the strongest wills within it, but little did they know that my will cannot be so easily broken. And to only further ensure my defeat within this metal chamber, Murno was given the orders to use his magic and putting me into a deep slumber. It was only then where I knew that there was no escape, and while fear is a poor foundation for victory, Raijin continues, they may have thought that they had won, but all they did was delay my inevitable return, Raijin says. For the Grand Minister could have ordered to go and end my life when he had the chance, but if he had gone as far as to go and make such a move, then the very balance between both the living worlds and the demon realm would have been thrown off sync, which would have ultimately have resulted in catastrophic consequences without my presence in keeping the demon realm stable and away from imploding. And to only further avoid in having to go and upset the balance of the entire multiverse by destroying me prior to having a demon god take my place, Murno had finally at long last laid his claim and victory over me by locking me away and sealing off the demon realm completely and making sure that we would never rise to overthrow the powers that be, never to be shown having to be freed from that wretched prison ever again. But after seeing what I had saw that came from Murno, Raijin continues, I knew that one day his true nature would have been revealed, as there would have been no way that the Grand Minister would ever stand to allow for such a force like Murno and his corruption to ever exist, as it was only since that time, for thousands of millennia, I was forced to suffer within that wretched chamber as my rage continued to fester and my hatred growing deeper and deeper as time went on. But even now, while going and reflecting upon my
just come real quick because it's way faster today. Oh, it starts at midnight? We don't need any more Broly players, dog. That's all I'm saying.
Can you hear me? It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spot.
Needs to escape. Nah, bro, we need to fight.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
You're my savior.
Flying Nimbus! I sent you a super transfer. Use it to hold the enemy back.
We got one key so far. Someone's gonna grab that transfer. I'm gonna head to A and E.
Someone save me! You be careful too, okay?
You playing as Broly? Do you have Broly as a raider, Terrence?
Flying Nimbus!
It's real quiet right now. We have our level 2.
An ally needs your help.
This guy got cooked.
Danger awaits. Think before rushing in. That's a new power key. Place it now. Welcome. Thank you.
Can find a power key radar, that would be nice.
Great. You know what to do with that key.
Go.
I sent a new super transfer.
New super transfer. What happened to the original one? I got cooked.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
I could have saved this guy, but really should go look for those other the cues. But
Get up! I owe
all right, so we just need to find the A key. Broly's in A right now.
Ally down. If you
Level
can
3 is down.
rescue them, watch out for enemies. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger
Guys, what's
awaits.
going on?
Think before rushing in. Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. This is bad. Somebody's down. Flying Nimbus! Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Holy hell.
Why you have to come to me though? It's like this guy knew where I was, bro. Not the stream sniping already. Yo, 2026, no stream sniping, dog. Got me. Nothing I could have done. Put in a little bit of work. He has 4 bars of health left.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
I really don't. It's not fair, bro, that these guys get extra health when they transform or they level up. It's really not fair. Because all that work we put in was just a waste. You know what I mean? Like when we get healed, we don't get an extra level up. We don't get our chance. We don't get our dragon change back faster. But these guys just get extra health. Some bullshit, dog. Not only does he get stronger, he gets extra health. Like, what the fuck, dog? It's kind of risky to go for this, but try. I'm gonna take that. Okay, there's only 4 of us left. Gonna go try to help the level 4. This guy gets a barrier for like 9 seconds. Last time I counted. Where'd he go? Missing all my shots. Oh my god. We can still win, you know. I need to go back and grab another soda. Our level 4 needs to cook. He only has a little bit of health left. We got this. 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 Come on. Hit him one time. There we go. Gonna pick up that soda and go in. Dog, I don't know how we won, but we won. Happy New Year's to you too, Jace. All the best. That was a fluke, but we got the W. Shout out to the level 3 and the level 2. Sorry, shout out to level 2, level 3, and level 4. They put in work. I put in some work too, but when he transformed to level 4, he got his health back, so I did like no damage. Basically.
Imprisonment fills me with a rage that words cannot capture, Raijin says. To be caged the way I did and to be silenced the way I was is a disgrace that I will vow to erase with both fire and fury in making sure that such
trying
a
to buy
failure
Goku
as
Black
the one
soon.
that was shown is never to be repeated and
Maybe that might be my next
raider.
raider.
Ever again,
Goku Black is
especially
awesome.
so as long as I am freed. And even though I am no longer within the prime of my power, Raija went on to then look down on his hand by then responding, I only vow that this too will not last forever, for I will forge into my very being and establish a power so great that there will be no angel that will ever be able to overthrow me as they once did, and I will go on to do this by going to any and all measures that I would need to in order to have this become a reality, as I cannot run the risk of having anything go and stop me here for a second time, as it may end up being my last if I am not careful with my approach, Raijin continues. And while my magic along with my power remains stable, I ultimately intend on plunging the multiverse into total darkness, which will require a power far beyond my current standing if I hope to turn this vision into a reality as well. And while I wait for the Dark Masters to go and do what needs to be done to secure my reign in becoming the one true God King of the multiverse, Raijin continues, this will be where you, both my elite demons and those who rank beneath you, will go and serve their purpose. And unlike Myrno, Raijin continues. Why simply go and rush when I intend on making this slow and painful for all of them to experience? As the elite demon Garlock went on to then respond, but my lord, what if the other angels try and go and stop you from reaching your goals a second time, my master? How will we go about by making sure that they are not to stand in your way again? With Raijin responding, well, it's simple, because once I have what the Dark Masters have been ordered to go and do for me, even the angels themselves will no longer pose as being any kind of threat to me with the power that I will be wielding, which is also exactly why my plans are to not be jeopardized no matter the cost. With the elite demon Kaima having to then chime in, then this too shall be, Master Raijin, for we will go and stake our lives in making sure that the demon realm reigns supreme over the living worlds no matter what it takes, even while at the expense of anyone and everyone who dares to go and stand within our way of absolute domination, as I promise to go and bring their worlds to its knees as a tribute to your honor, Master Raijin. With Garlock responding, yes, as I also second this notion, Lord Raijin, for I will go on to make sure that our armies continue to grow stronger and more powerful along the way, all at the same time while also bringing to you new warriors who are just as dark and just as ruthless as we are to aid us. With Raijin responding, good, for I expect nothing less while trusting that you will go and do what is directed of you both to go and do, as I will be watching you all very closely in the meantime. And so whatever it is that you go and do, and no matter what it is that you go and come across, you will do everything within your power to ensure that this is done. Do you both understand? And as the same goes for all the rest, and so you will stake your lives to see that everything goes according to my very command, for Universe 7 isn't going to be the only universe that will suffer, Raijin continues, and as they will simply go on to serve by being but the beginning of a cascade of horrors that will bring the rest of the multiverse down to its knees, and then one by one, as they each start to crumble, their champions will be destroyed and their gods will be silenced. This is the destiny that I have set into motion, and you are all going to serve as being my ultimate instruments within my grand realization, Raijin says. And so now go and leave no remnants of hope behind in your wake as Universe 7 falls, Raijin continues, for it is but the first of many steps forward that will bring me ever so closer towards my ultimate goal of absolute dominion. And so now go and destroy their champions, desecrate their sacred grounds, and sow despair among their hearts while you go and search for new recruits to go and join our ranks in the meantime. And if the resistance proves to be far greater than expected, Raijin continues, then call upon the Dark Masters as they will go on to ensure victory where you cannot. But if you fail to do so as I command, then understand that you will never know peace no matter how far you travel, and no matter where it is that you go and try to hide from me, demons. For I will not tolerate anything less than succession during your missions, and so this will be your first and only warning from me, Raijin says. Do not falter, do not waver, and do not give in to turning yourselves over into giving any of them what they want, and that is because if you do, then you will be destroyed. And so now go and do what must be done while I wait, demons. To which it was only then just upon with Raijin being shown having to give out the order, with both Kaima and Garlock being shown having to be sent off on their missions, was when Raijin then went on to continue, yes, good, and now that the pieces are all starting to slowly come together within my favor, very soon under my command, there will be no gods, no angels, and no mortal warriors who will ever dare to oppose me ever again. As my utopia will be forged from the ashes of their resistance, and once I go on to merge the demon realm with the very fabric of the multiverse itself, only then will the barriers that separate us no longer be what binds my law, Raijin continues. And what's even more is once I am able to go and see inside those configuration cubes after assembling all three into one, then not only will I only then go on to see on what lies beyond on the other side, but no longer will the Grand Priest or his wretched angels ever hold sway over existence as they have while under the rulership of those cursed Omni Kings ever again. And what's even more is once the Dark Masters have followed through in granting me my wish, in merging Myrno's angelic power with my very own and amplifying my strength far beyond my previous limitations. Only then, when that moment comes, will be the very second where I go on to transcend far beyond anyone's ability to go and do anything to stop me. But even now, I must be careful with how I take my approach moving forward, because one wrong misstep and it could end up costing me everything that I've been striving for, especially by gathering and merging all 3 configuration cubes before it's too late, because whatever secrets lie beyond these realms, Raijin continues, are pieces of information that only I must obtain, for I must learn more about the secrets behind those Omni Kings, along with their
Alright, you found another match, just start in 2 minutes.
Destroyed without ever having to stand in my way ever again. Which is also why I want to know on if those old rumors that have echoed throughout the shadows of this supposed Omni paradox is to be true or not. Because if anything were to go and happen, then all must be done to ensure my reign, even at the cost of risking one's own life, in order to see that my mission is at long last complete. And as even while there are still those who may still go on to pose a significant threat to me as I am at the moment, once the Dark Masters are to finally go and have my wish be granted is when the tables will finally turn, Raijin continues. And so while I will go and wait until they have given me the word that my wish has finally been granted, only then will I resume my mission and see it until the very end, until it is all finally completed. For the Angel Myrna was a fool to not go on and ensure the destruction of those who would be willing to go on and still stand in the way of my plans, but they too will all soon be dealt with, and as I must not go on to underestimate anyone until this is done, and that is exactly what I intend on doing. But nevertheless, for what it was that I had seen within you,
Alright, let's get this W, guys. That's a civilian right there. There's another one nearby, but I don't even know where the hell he is. He could be in the spaceship. Maybe he's in the cave up here. Yep, right here. And we found the key. Bless. Try to get my level 2 real quick. Let's go hide in this cave. Shit, he's coming over here.
Thanks. Flying Nimbus.
I know the key's right here, but so is the raider. Gotta find the C key. Found it. Oh, the game's glitching. What's going on? Hope everyone's having a great night. Happy New Year's to everyone watching. Appreciate it. Head to E, set that key. Hopefully someone sets that B key. It was too risky for me to try to set it. The A key's right there. No one's setting that. But they're trying to jump him, it looks like. Yeah. 5 Dragon Balls. Damn, we got him. Got all the keys set. Have enough? Nah, not enough. Okay, we need to jump him while he's level 4. Sorry, while he's level 2. That homie. He wasted his break. On the time machine. We still have a full team. That's pretty good. But where's everyone else, dog?
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Alright, it's not good. Now you guys level 3.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them. Flying Nimbus!
Stuck. Time machine is moving super slow right now. You win by time machine. I still have a dragon change to go in last minute. Just gonna let these guys cook. Got W. W team, GG's guys. It was only level 1, but a win is a win, right?
Before Raijin continues upon being shown having to reflect back on Murno and smiling, will ultimately become mine for the taking, fallen angel, for you should have sided with us here when you saw that you and I were not so much different from one another after all. But no matter, because while I knew that you would ultimately fail due to your sheer arrogance having to blind you from the truth of the bigger picture that you weren't able to see, I, on the other hand, will not go and make the same mistakes as you once did. And once I lay claim and use that very power which you yourself had nearly used to destroy the entire multiverse with, I will only then go on to have what I've been longing for, as all life throughout each corner of every universe will bend their knee to my will. To which it was only just moments prior, with Beerus being shown having to further question Vegeta just before having to engage during their training session, was when Beerus then went on to quickly respond. Now before we begin, I just want you to go and keep something in mind and know that I am not looking to play any sort of games with you here while we go and do this, Saiyan, because with what it is that I'm expecting to go and get out of you, I'm hoping that you'll go and give me your absolute best during this contest. Otherwise, I will go and destroy you and leave nothing in your wake behind. Do you understand? With Vegeta responding, but my aim isn't to go and try to hurt you during this battle, Lord Beerus, and so by giving you my all isn't something that I think that we should go and explore during this contest, but rather just instead go and take it a little easy in the meantime so we could save our strength for when we battle against those demons, and more importantly, Lord Raijin. Wouldn't you agree? With Beerus responding, then just who exactly?
Yeah, that Frieza was cooked. I still had my level 3. I still had my Flash of Rage, my Final Dragon Change, my Gogo Gum, my other little power up for 10 seconds. He was done for.
Then to also find out on how good you really are once I've locked you right where I need you, and that's when I'll know if you'll be strong enough to break free or not, Saiyan. And so now I won't go and tell you twice. I want you to go and use everything that you have here against me, and as well as also showing me on whatever tricks you might be hiding in your back pocket, Vegeta, as you are in this to ensure that those demons are stopped before they could go and do what Murno had nearly went as far as to nearly do to all of us now, aren't you? Because if that's the case, then this is going to be your one and only chance to go and prove that, Vegeta. And then before you do, Beerus went on to then quickly interrupt, allow for me to also go and remind you of one very important thing, Vegeta. And that is, while I know how badly you do not wish to repeat the events of what was shown taking place with Murno ever again, and I just hope you know that unless you go and give it your all here against me during this upcoming contest, then not only are you going to be going as far as to repeat the same mistakes that you once made by allowing for that rotten angel to do what he nearly did against you in battle, but more importantly, is if you go and decide to give me anything less than your absolute best, then you can go and kiss your life goodbye, because 26 not XP. Only am I going I don't think it started yet. Should be kicking in soon. Against Raijin, but I will also ensure you that I am going to be fighting you with the intention to destroy you, which is exactly why you better be at your absolute best here against me, Vegeta, because anything less, then you might as well just go and pack your bags and head down into the demon realm as well, because in this world, in this universe, in my universe, there will be no such thing as weaklings who will walk among myself and Whis that will not go unchecked.
We're getting the Bulma's request starting soon. We have a Happy New Year's bonus and a boost 26 XP and 1.1x Super Warrior Spirits. That's dropping Wednesday, going into Thursday. So either it should have started by now. If you look at the calendar, it says Wednesday, and that's usually like towards the nighttime. Or it might start at like 3 a.m. Right now it's 10:48 p.m. my time. We'll see. And right now we're 7 out of 8, so we should find another match soon.
And while I originally had intended to go go and learn more about those demons by looking further into that book that I was reading. Since you are the one that wanted to go and make this personal with me, Lord Beerus, especially after having to be on the receiving end of Murno's wrath yourself, then why don't I just go and remind you on exactly why you shouldn't be taking this as a joke with me here to begin with, Lord Beerus. Which it was only just within that very moment as Beerus was attempting to attack Vegeta, with Vegeta shown having to dodge each and every single one of Beerus's strikes, was when Vegeta then went on to quickly continue. And while you may not go and take these matters as serious as I do, especially after having to experience everything that we had to go and experience when facing that wretched angel Murno, I will not allow for myself to be taken for a fool as I once did by any of those demons, no matter the cost, Lord Beerus. And that is where you are wrong in your judgment to assume that I could care less when in fact I do, Beerus responds upon being shown uppercutting Vegeta in the face. However, Saiyan, just because I don't obsess over the idea of having to constantly relive the trauma that Murno had put you through, doesn't go as far as to insinuate or mean that my concerns aren't anything less than your own, Saiyan, and that is the difference between my approach and yours, with Vegeta responding, "Oh, to obsess over and relive the trauma, huh? Is that what you think that I go through since our battle here with Murno? You think that this is some kind of a joke? Because this is by no means a joke to me, Lord Beerus, but yes, maybe I am obsessed with what was shown having to take place here with that angel when we came face to face with him, and do you want to know on why that is? Well, it's simple, because that was the first and only other time where none of us, no matter how powerful we were at the time, could have ever have went and stood a chance to go and do anything to stop him, and so to avoid having anything like that ever become a reality to any of us here ever again, as you yourself out of everyone should know firsthand on exactly how that feeling of helplessness feels, which is exactly why I am taking this far more seriously than you are at the moment. And so even if you say that I am obsessed by the thought of never having history go and repeat itself ever again, at least I am the only one aside from both Kakarot and Whis who appear to care enough in wanting to go and do something about it, and only going as far as stopping that newly awakened demon god Raijin before it's too late, Vegeta responds upon being shown grabbing and throwing Beerus across the landscape. And so you will either go and take these matters seriously here against me, as well as also take these threats as seriously as you should, or you can just go and leave me as I am so that I can go and prepare for the battle that I know is bound to arrive at our front doorstep once that wretched Raijin goes and gives them all the order to go and do so. And if you and I are going to
Alright, let's get this W. Raiders level 119 though. But we'll try.
Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
We got 14 viewers. Give the video a thumbs up, guys. Appreciate it. Hope you guys have a happy New Year's. Be safe.
What more reason to loathe those mortals?
Outside is a big ass snowstorm for me. I'm chilling at my family's for the... I'm chilling with my family this year basically, and they live far up north. I only have one cousin up here, and I don't know what the hell she's doing. She didn't hit me up, so I'm pretty sure we're not chilling tonight. So I'm just gonna be here, playing some breakers, chilling with the YouTube chat.
Careful too, okay? Greetings.
You can have that. It's all good. Already at my level 2.
Hey, a big idea.
That civilian. Still have a level 0.
Flying Nimbus.
Alright, we have to go all the way on the other side of the map.
Greetings.
Take the back roads. Three.
Ally down. If you intend to
That's my dog barking, or if that's a neighbor's dog.
You can't hide from me. That's a new power key. Place it now.
Pretty sure it's my neighbor's dog. I don't know why my dog would be barking right now.
A super transfer is headed your way. Take it now. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Flying Nimbus!
Shit, this guy's coming right for me. It's not. This guy has the chance for alright. Mr. Pasno says season will end and they're gonna do something. Well, we need some new maps, bro. They owe us at least that. It's been how many months since we had a new map? Like over a year, dog. Or close to that. Save Jesus. Oh, can't save Jesus this time. Bro, we're playing like trash right now. Come on. We missed bare shots. We need to find the one power key.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Alright, level 3 got cooked.
Stay calm. Stay calm. Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch
Need
out
that.
for enemies.
Oh my gosh, this bitch. This guy came out of fucking nowhere, bro. I hate Zamasu. I was just about to get my soda up, bro. I'm not even gonna eat the sensu bean. It's not worth it.
An ally needs your help.
Actually, maybe I should.
Before rushing in. Flying Nimbus!
Get the hell out of here.
Oh man.
I just wasted that other soda. Get out of here, bro.
Oh, you don't understand. Your time is already at an end.
Masu just came out of nowhere and got me, bro. Get out of here. We need to look for a shield real quick. Vegeta gloves right there. Nothing to go on. We still have a full team though. All barriers.
Pitiful. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. The startup system for the super time machine is ready.
It's like there's one barrier over there. I need that. In the ground.
What's the big idea?
There's nowhere to go.
You bastard.
Dog. What a fucking waste.
It's a new super transfer. Sorry, that'll have to do for now. I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them. The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
It's the shit we have to deal with when we play this game, man. I went all the way there to get my shield just to get KO'd. That's some bad luck, bro. I don't need that bad luck coming in 2026. Now I have no shield again. And our level 4 is about to get destroyed. Come on, guys, let's fight. Level 4 is half health.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them,
Nah, we need that level 3.
enemies. Holy hell. You bastard.
Like, what are we supposed to do, man? What was I supposed to do? What was I supposed to do, Terrence? Tell me. Tell me what was I supposed to do so I don't make the same mistake next time, dog. I do not know how to fight key sense players, bro. My Frieza does not have key sense, so I do not know how to fight this, dog. This was just a bad game, bro. Or we getting stream sniped. I doubt it, but this was just a bad game, dog. Shit.
Okay, stay calm.
We have no Dragon Balls with Samasu.
Think before rushing in.
Yo, what's up, Kakarot? We started streaming an hour and 12 minutes ago. Right now it's 11:04 p.m. So we got New Year's coming in a couple of minutes. Less than an hour.
Here comes the pain.
Okay, last player alive.
The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's in it.
I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe we could have won, but the match went left for us, dog. I haven't seen this form in a while.
Continue to go and do this as we are, and seeing where we stand when compared to one another like this within the moments, then you better start taking me as seriously as I am taking you. Otherwise, I am just going to go and call this battle within my favor early so that I could go back and figuring out of a way on how to go and stop those demons from continuing to invade and attack us when we least expect for them to do. And so because of this, you can go and consider this as being your one and only warning in the meantime while I look forward in ending this. And as while you struggle with your thoughts and having me remind you of the pain that we had to undergo in facing that fallen angel Murno, let it go and be known here and now that this is where I plan on ending this for good. As Beerus then went on to quickly respond, oh, and just what the heck is that feeling that I just keep sensing? For every time I find myself clashing with him, something appears to be very off and I can't tell on what it is that he is doing to cause this. It's as if my energy is being disrupted somehow or thrown off sync, for it is subtle, so subtle in fact that I almost can't notice, but there's no mistaking it now, that this Saiyan is doing something that is causing me to go and lose my train of focus. And although from the looks of it, on the surface he doesn't appear to be using anything, but I know that he is up to something, and I intend on finding out as to what that is, because he was never shown having to fight like this before, and whatever it is that this Saiyan is pulling on me, Beerus continues, only seems to be something that appears to be slowly working, and I'll be damned if I'm going to allow for him to continue this onslaught here against me without having me go and put a stop on whatever it is that he is trying to go and use against me in the meantime. But while he's pushing his luck here against me, given how strong he's gotten since the days of when I had him pinned beneath my feet as being so much more powerful than he was before having to reach this form of his, I'm done having to play nice with this Joker, because if he honestly thinks that he could just go and walk all over me and expect for me not to have a say in the matter here against him during our battle, then he is in for a very rude awakening. And since I didn't expect to go this far as to have to use Ultra Instinct out here against Vegeta, whatever secrets this Saiyan has hidden up his sleeve isn't going to last forever, and while I intend to go and find out on what his tricks are before he continues to go and try them and wear me down by using them, I will not go quietly into the night while allowing for him to go and get away with what he's doing, not by a long shot. And so now if he's looking to go and fire that attack directly towards me with the intention to do as much damage as he possibly can, then he is in for a very rude awakening. To which, as Vegeta was then shown having to fire his final flash, was when Vegeta then went on to quickly respond, well, as good as you are and as much as you wanted to go and see where I stood here when compared to you in battle, Lord Beerus, let this go and serve as being the final nail that will drive this battle to an end and put a rest to any doubts that you may have had here against me. Nor so you think, Saiyan. But even now, Beerus continues upon being shown having to close his eyes. Before this day is through, I will go on to find out as to what you're using here against me, whether we wind up destroying this planet in the process or not, Saiyan. To which it was only just then within that very moment, as Vegeta was was shown having to fire off his final flash directly into one of Beerus's moons was when Vegeta went on to then quickly respond. And so now let this be the confirmation that you were looking for in order to finally find out firsthand on which one of us is truly the what the? And I will go as far as to admit, Beerus responds upon being shown teleporting behind Vegeta, that you certainly have grown very bold, Vegeta, but don't you dare go and think for a second that your underhanded tactics are going to be what you will be using to overcome me, with Vegeta responding, wait, but does he somehow happen to already know, or is he simply going based off of his instincts to tell? And how did he? And then just because you may have attempted to go and try it once, Beerus went on to then kick Vegeta away, doesn't mean that I'm going to go and allow for you to go and continue to try this little trick of yours against me without having me stop you in the meantime. Then while I may not know as to what it was that you were secretly doing behind our backs that had caused for you to implement such a bizarrely interesting technique here against me, I just hope that you know, Vegeta, that while you may have been able to find yourself contending against that fallen angel as you are, I am still even now that much more stronger than you after learning how to finally wield the power of Ultra Instinct for myself. And as I'd also be lying to you if I said that I still wasn't curious about finding out more about what you're doing, because it's not too often where you typically find the mortals such as yourself who just so happen to have been able to incorporate such elements into a battle against a destroyer like this. And because of these reasonings, I intend on finding out about everything that you've stumbled across, because although the evidence should be clear by now, Beerus was then shown rushing towards Vegeta, and I still would like to go and know on exactly where you went and had learned these unusual skills from, Saiyan. And then so now with your back against the wall, go and cough it up and tell me what it is that I need to know, and more importantly, Beerus continues, is what more do you appear to be hiding from me that you have yet to go and make known within my presence that I am not already unaware of, with Vegeta responding, well, with all due respect, Lord Beerus, but you'll have to go and try a lot harder than that if you wish to go and beat that information out of me so easily, because it was just as I had said prior, for I have been preparing while the rest of you have been napping, with Beerus responding, no, is that what you think that I've been doing since the days of Murno's destruction now, did you? Well, heed my warnings casually here and now, Saiyan, for don't you dare go around and trying to make this personal here between us, because if you just so happen to do, then those demons down there within the demon realm, along with that so-called god of the underworld Raijin, are going to be the absolute least of your worries here once I go and get my hands on you, Vegeta. And as even now, I can't help but wonder on what else you know that you aren't telling me, since I can already see that you are clearly using some kind of a technique to protect yourself from my oncoming attacks. And so understand this now too, that whatever you are using to go and shield your weaknesses isn't going to be what saves you if that is all you have to rely on when up against those demons. And because of this, that is where your weakness lies, Beerus continues upon being shown attacking Vegeta, for you are too caught strung on the battle that you were shown having to be waging against Murno before, that you simply fail to understand that this is what is also hindering you from further having to evolve yourself, and that is why you will always go as far as to remain as you are, as it'll always point back to your fear to begin with. But then, it was only just upon with Vegeta being shown having to grab onto one of Beerus's arms before he was shown having to then attack him was when Vegeta then went on to quickly respond, or maybe it's your lack of understanding that'll be what secures me the victory over you here, Lord Beerus, because while I've been carefully paying very close attention into figuring out a way to go and bring the fight right back to the demons within the demon realm, you shouldn't go and be so careless as to go and look down upon me just because I'm determined. And if we're going to discuss one another's weaknesses and further having to better ourselves for the fight to come, Vegeta continues, then I think that it should be more than pretty obvious to you by now on what your weaknesses are, Lord Beerus. And because while I continue to stand on my vows to never allow to have what happened with Murno to ever take place with that bastard Raijin from the demon realm, then you should know better than anyone, Vegeta continues upon being shown throwing Beerus across the landscape, then I will ultimately go as far as I would need to in order to go and make sure that something like what happened before never goes on to ever happen again, with Beerus responding, "Oh damn that mortal." Beerus responds upon being shown wiping his face, for it's clear that whatever it is that he is trying to do is now starting to slowly take its toll on his body. And while I have him within my sights and while his focus is starting to shift, his attacks are losing their edge, and that's where I'll need to go and strike him down before he has a chance to try and recover and gain the upper hand here against me, which is something that I cannot go and allow for him to go and do no matter what the circumstances are, Beerus continues, as I can now slowly begin to see the cracks within his strategy and the frustration within his movement, and so I'll need to go and close in and knock him out now before it's too late. Then since he now doesn't appear to notice while attacking me out of anger, now's my chance to go and close in on him while he isn't paying attention. And while I'm unsure on what his next move will be, given how he continues to go and use this strange technique while masking it within those energy blasts of his, Beerus continues, I'll just simply go and try to cut right through by having some of them strike me head on, so that way I can go and create the illusion that he's tagged me, and that's when I'll go and make my move, and having to then come right on in with the finishing strike. But while I find whatever it is that he's trying to use on me to be rather useful in this case, especially by having it stun me several times over when I least expected it throughout the course of this contest, and I am only now starting to wonder on if whatever technique Vegeta has been secretly using has anything to do with that book that he's been shown having to read or not. For now, I couldn't be any more certain that this is the source behind these strange attacks that he's been momentarily shown having to freeze me in place during our battle, and as I am only now more than certain of it now that this must be true. But nevertheless, Beerus continues upon being shown dodging all of Vegeta's blasts. It is time that we go and put an end to this contest before him and I end up destroying everything within the process. And while he's distracted, since he doesn't appear to see me, Beerus continues upon being shown rushing on in, then this is where I'll go and make my move. For that was quite the battle, but this is where you fold, Vegeta, as Vegeta went on to then dash towards Beerus by then responding, and I think I got him exactly where I need him, and so yes, and there's my chance. And since he can't appear to see me, and as good of a battle as you managed to go and put up here against me, Lord Beerus, this is where you lose, and so this is where it ends now. What the? Now I've got you, and so now say good, but wait, what the? But how did you just... Oh, incredible reaction timing. So, you were actually fast enough to catch on to my oncoming attack to cancel me out before I can strike you after all, with Vegeta responding, wait, but I thought that surely I was going to slow you down and get the better of you before you were actually able to see me coming, but I guess I wasn't quick enough to go and make my move before you were able to see me coming. Well, fair play, Lord Beerus. Very interesting, Saiyan, because now I see on what it was that you just did, Beerus went on to then quickly chime back in, for you had went and taken that book that you have been reading that Whis had given you and had implemented some kind of a technique against me, and the only reason as to why I know is because I felt you converting your energy into something which you were trying to later use as some kind of a ploy to drain me of my stamina so that way you could win. Is that right, Beerus questions? And to do this, I felt you sacrifice a portion of your own power in order for you to go as far as to paralyze my own, Beerus continues, which I can only go as far as to assume that you must have went and picked up on how to do this after reading that ancient book of the Fallen, now didn't you? And so because of this, although you couldn't go and use dark energy to amplify such a technique, what you ended up doing instead was you relinquished a portion of your own power in order for this to work, am I right? Yes, of course, because now it's all starting to make sense as to what you've been doing all along to match me, with Vegeta responding, wait, so you were able to notice this entire time? Because if that's the case, then yes, Vegeta says, for that was exactly what I had been going and using out here against you during our battle, Lord Beerus, but was it really that obvious out there, with Beerus being shown powering back down by responding? Well, it wasn't so obvious at first, but I'll admit, Vegeta, for I am rather very impressed for you to even attempt something as intricate as energy neutralization, let alone go and try to make it work against me even for a moment, and is by no stretch of the imagination a small feat for anyone to achieve, Saiyan, as I will go as far as to say that this technique of yours has potential, Beerus continues, for against someone like me, it is nothing more than a nuisance during during battle, but against a demon god like Raijin in the chaos of the demon realm, well, that's an entirely different story, Beerus continues. For you may have stumbled upon something that could be very useful in our upcoming battles against Raijin and those demons, Saiyan. But since you are rather still new in having to execute such a technique is what we will have to ultimately need to go and work on, Beerus says. But even now, while I will admit that without this special little technique of yours, I would have beaten you, Vegeta. But with our battle aside, you have gone as far as to pique my interest now, and that is simply because neutralizing an opponent's energy even briefly could turn the tide of any fight that we may end up finding ourselves in, and especially when having to deal with beings as dangerous as those demons within the demon realm. But now just imagine in having to paralyze that rotten demon god Raijin mid-attack and rendering him momentarily vulnerable, Beerus questions. For the sheer sight of victory wouldn't be too far off from that point, now would it, Saiyan? But tell me, does Goku know of a way on how to use this technique as well? With Vegeta responding, well, since Kakarot doesn't seem to have a clue about the ancient book of the Fallen that was given to me by Whis, then no, Vegeta says, for he wouldn't be able to know on how to properly wield or use such a dark technique, and even if he tried, he wouldn't be as effective as it would be if I did it given my history. And so no, Kakarot wouldn't know anything about it, and I've just barely started to figure it all out for myself to go and use in battle against anyone, Lord Beerus, with Beerus being shown turning around by responding, well, good, because the last thing that I need is to have that idiot Goku go and completely misuse such a skill and use it on the wrong person in order to go and help them when our mission couldn't be any more clear as to what we need to go and do. And so in the meantime, I think I may have an idea on how we can go and render these demons immobile during battle, especially if feeding it dark energy is a method for the technique to work well enough in getting the job done when we need to. And so we'll need to go and practice, for I have no doubt that if we could get you to master such a skill, and if we can refine this technique enough to make it stronger and more reliable for when we need it, then perhaps maybe we can go and implement it into our strategy when the time comes to face that demon Raijin and his army, because through this we can go and use that technique of yours to go and freeze him in place and create an opening where he cannot go and use his magic or his power against us, given how I would be backing you by using the nature of my God of Destruction powers alongside with it, to which if this ends up working in our favor, then perhaps we may in fact actually have something on our hands here that just may be what changes the game down there against those freaks once we close in on wiping them all out for good. As with all of the angels now struggling and coming up with a solution in breaking through this barrier in order to reach the sleeping Omni Kings, was when the angel Whis went on to then respond, well, be that as it may, my dear siblings, it would only now appear as though while the situation grows more dire by the moment, this barrier that surrounds the Omni King's palace is unlike anything that we've ever encountered before, as even despite with our combined knowledge and power, nothing appears to be working, with Bottles having to respond. And while I second Whis' expression, it is no exaggeration to say that this barrier was crafted with absolute perfection through the wish that was made that forged such a protective layer, as it would only appear as though it had been crafted with a level of intent that seems to counteract every known force, including our own, in having to break through it, with Angel Cuss chiming in, and we are absolutely sure that this was done by the hands of these dark masters from within the demon realm after gathering and using the Super Dragon Balls, correct? And where exactly is the Grand Minister at the moment, because I am unable to sense his essence no matter where it is that I turn, with Vardos responding, that is correct, for this was all done by the hands of those dark masters, but while we don't know as to what happened to the Grand Minister or where he could be, we still must go about by having to try and locate the Super Dragon Balls along with the Dark Masters before it is too late, with Whis having to then respond, well, I'm afraid to say that if we cannot go and find a solution to try and bypass the barrier in time, then the very balance of the entire multiverse itself may end up falling within their control, Whis says. And while those Dark Masters are slowly advancing their plans by using
against your pre-made squad
within a realm that we cannot yet detect on our own, and if we only continue to go and delay this matter any further, then we will only run the risk in allowing for a force like Raijin to become an even greater threat to us than Myrna was if we don't go and find a way to stop those Dark Masters from using the Super Dragon Balls in time, which to only go and make matters worse if we remain unable to go and reach the Omni Kings and restore that balance in time, Whis continues, then their sinisterly ultimate and evil plans will proceed.
I'm probably gonna get smoked,
but as a worried Vardos went on to then chime back in, but how are we to know on which realm they are all currently currently inside of by
It's not
using
ranked,
those
so
Super
I'm not
Dragon
gonna
Balls if we cannot sense the
let my
Dragon
Frieza
Ball's
get
magic,
destroyed.
since the realm that they are all hiding inside of appears to be masking their life energy, along with the magic that the Super Dragon Balls are able to emit. And if we don't quite know on which time chamber they are all currently hiding within, then where should we go and start looking if we want to go and find them? With Whis responding, well, although it won't be easy, we'll simply have to go and quickly try to scout them all in hopes that we will go and find the exact location of the one in which they are.
Well. This is quite the find. It must be my lucky day. Would you care to take part in a little warm-up? We'll see about that.
Well, I'm playing with myself. Let's see what's up.
I need help! I'm an android, you see, and you can call me by my name, Cell. It's time to feast!
I need to get this guy so I can get my level 3. Damn, he's gone. He got away. That was bro. He was so lucky. He's lucky as that vehicle movement speed shit. Okay, there's someone over here. Alright, We got a level 3. Pretty sure I saw someone with a Nimbus come over here. I wasn't camping, bro. Wasn't camping. I saw someone with a Nimbus. Alright, we got one. This guy's gone. I'm not even gonna chase this guy. I'm gonna save my area destruction just in case I need it. I don't know how these guys move so fast, bro. Ooh, you see that reflex? Jeez. Instant transmission. Not even instant transmission. What's it called? Ultra instinct right there, bro. You see that reflex? You're no threat to me. How many key blasts does it take to kill this? Oh my lord. I need some of the abilities these guys have, bro. Let these guys summon their out of dragon changes. Like I said, I still have an area destruction in my back pocket. Where's this guy go? The other guy's about to run out of dragon change too. I forgot I had solar. Forgot I had solar flare. Should I let him go? Game over. GG's. I didn't even realize the time was running out. I was gonna show some mercy and let him go to the escape time machine, but time ran out. So we have 100 XP bonus and 10% Super Warrior Spirit. As you can see, top left, reward bonus 100% XP, and it ends in 1 hour and 23 minutes. I was trolling the whole time.
They're all currently hiding within, and so we must still go and try, we says, for they cannot simply go and think that they can remain hidden and hide within the shadows forever, and so we have to go and search, with Angel Martini having to then chime in. And what about our residing universes that are left unattended while we go and search for these so-called Dark Masters?
Ultra Instinct came clutch, bro.
Leave them empty without having to help oversee them in case each of our gods of destruction are to somehow fail to stop whatever may be knocking on their front door. Yes, for I also agree, Angel Mojito, went on to then chime in. And what's even more troublesome about this entire situation is that there is no telling on how much time we will end up wasting in having to search for these creatures, which only leaves our universes open for an attack in case we are not there to help oversee them, with Vados having to then respond, well, she's right, Whis, for we cannot hope to waste all of our time here just by searching if it means having to leave our universes open for an attack, and so what do you propose that we should go and do? With Whis responding, well, let us go and try and see if we can search where we can into seeing what other realms and worlds those Dark Masters could be hiding within, so that way we may go and have a better understanding as to where to look and where not to look, since all we can really do is search for them within the moment while that barrier remains. With Angel Cognac having to then respond, then we should try and take this time to go search far and wide, since time really isn't something that we have on our hands here, and so because of this we should go and combine our search in hopes of expanding our reach, wouldn't you agree? With Angel Margarita responding, well then if that's the case, then we should go and try to take the little time that we have here to search as far as we can for any energy signature that we can detect, and hoping to find the realm in which they are using to hide within, and so that way we can only hope that our combined efforts in having to search for those Dragon Balls end up paying off, with Angel Corn having to then chime in, so shall we go and see what we can find while we attempt to skim through the vast multitude of realms and dimensions now then, with Cuss having to then chime in, well, ultimately it's worth a shot, and so now let us all go and hone in on where they could possibly be while we can, because if we don't at least stop to try to find out as to where they are, then this could ultimately backfire on us all later on if we don't go and end up taking action now. Right, and so now then Whis responds upon having to see all 12 angels point their staffs in the middle by having to search every single realm together as they did, then let us now go and look and see what we can find, because while it is still very important for us to pinpoint the exact whereabouts of where those Dark Masters are keeping those Super Dragon Balls, the quicker we are able to go and trace their energy source, then the faster the chances will be in having to stop them from using them before it's too late, with Vados having to then chime back in, and then to even think that these demons had gone as far as to not only gather but use the Super Dragon Balls the way they did is not only concerning and having me wonder on what else they intend on using them for, but it is also very urgent that we make sure to stop them beforehand before they are able to use them again, with Whis having to then chime back in, well, just keep searching, fellow angels, and if you just so happen to stumble upon any known signature that traces back to the Super Dragon Balls, Whis continues, then that will more than likely be the dimension that they are all hiding within, but so far I don't appear to be seeing anything on my end, with Vados chiming back in, well, neither do I, but with so many dimensions and so many realms that are made available in exploring, we'll just have to go and be very careful to not overlook any of them while we're searching, for even the slightest inclination can be served within our favor.
We got 19 minutes left until the countdown.
Well, so far I don't appear to sense or see
Hope everyone's having a great night.
either, and with so
Be
many
safe,
realms
everyone.
and dimensions for us to go and look into, the Super Dragon Balls along with those Dark Masters could be hiding anywhere, but just keep looking, fellow angels, with Margarita having to then respond, and if we only just had a little bit more time in expanding our search, then I have no doubt that we would have been able to find them, but since we aren't in any position to wait any longer, it unfortunately doesn't appear as though that I am able to go and find them on my end either, with Angel Cognac having to then respond, and the same can be said for me as well, and if we cannot go and find a way to locate the Grand Minister and free the Omni Kings from their captivity, then I can only go and imagine as to the horrors that will wait if they are no longer around to help aid us during this entire ordeal. As Angel Cocktail went on to then respond, well, I don't appear to be getting anything on my end here either, which likely means that those Dark Masters are using some kind of an energy masking technique that is preventing themselves and the Super Dragon Balls from being located. But then, it was only just within that very moment, as all 12 angels had come across a very unknown and strange energy signature, was when Vados went on to then quickly respond, hey, wait a second now, hold on, did the rest of you just go and feel what I just felt? That sudden but yet very faint surge of energy just now. Or did you happen to also go and feel that too, Whis? With Whis responding, I did, and from what it was that I had just sensed, would only seem as though there is something that is beginning to faintly echo throughout the multiverse, which only now leaves me to believe that the Dark Masters must have likely started to go and use the Super Dragon Balls once more to go and make another wish, but it is almost impossible for me to go and trace the source on where this echo had just came from, with Angel Kapari then having to respond, well, whatever that was is gone by now, but to attempt to try and trace it back to a source almost seems impossible with the way this energy surge had passed us by, but what say you, Sour? Well, I in fact second this notion, Angel Sour went on to then respond, which only now raises that many more concerns about our universes if we don't do something and return to them in time. For I couldn't go and agree more, Angel Margarita went on to then chime in, as something's wrong, and while we can't seem to trace on where that surge of energy was just shown having to come from, as our universes remain open without having us stand by them, we only further run the risk in having all of them be destroyed if we don't go and take some kind of an action now. Oh, and while I unfortunately have to agree with the idea that we will have to go and cut our search off short in looking for them, Angel Cuss went on to then respond, and it would only be best if we go and stand guard in defending our universes before we are to allow for something to go and happen to them in the meantime, with Whis responding, and while I also hereby sense a strong disturbance that is starting to echo throughout the multiverse, I am hereby left with no other choice since we cannot seem to locate the Dragon
Hopefully we can
Balls
find a
on
match
our
and
own,
then
for I would only
I'll
now
try
be
to see if I
left
can
with
stream the
one other
countdown real
choice,
quick.
and that is to go and seek out their
Right now we're
creator
7 out of
Zalama
8.
for answers, since he in fact may be our very last hope in finding the Super Dragon Balls, Whis says, and especially since he was the one who had originally created them for Grand Zeno to go and use, as I would have no doubt that if there is anyone who can help grant us the knowledge that we need to shatter this barrier and reclaim the Super Dragon Balls, then it's no doubt going to be the creator Zalama who can. And so while I volunteer to undertake this journey to locate Zalama and seek out his wisdom alone, Whis continues, the rest of you are to return back to your respective universes and wait on my return for an answer on what I found, for the stakes themselves that are on the line could not be any higher, and so you all must go and take your leave now while I go on my search to go and try to find him. And so now hurry and go and make your way back to your worlds, as I will go and inform you all with what I find as I go and take my leave to find Zalama now. And so in the meantime, Whis went on to address Vados upon having to see the other 10 angels then take their leave, and I only ask for you to go and look
Alright, we
after
found a
yourself,
match.
and please be aware of your surroundings
Should start in 2
in the
minutes,
meantime
guys.
while I go and see what I can find. For if I am unable to go and find a solution to this problem, then we are all on our own, and so now please be cautious, with Vados responding, and as should you, Whis, and if anything were to go and happen, I will go and let the others know in the meantime while we go and hope to get down to the bottom of this mess, and so now please do your best, Whis. Which it was only then within that very moment, as both Whis and Vados, the final 2 angels, were then shown having to take their leave, was when Whis went on to then quickly respond, and I will, but let's just hope that we are not too late in having to stop these demons, as I could only hope that time is still on our side in the long run by the time this day is through, Whis says. To which all the while in the meantime, as this was shown happening, when then having to venture on over into Capsule Corp and having to oversee the android speak with both Bulma and Dr. Hedo, was when Android 18 then went on to respond, so that little piece in 17's hand over there came from one of those demons that you believe you can go and use to do what with us now? And why exactly should we be so trusting of you to begin with, Dr. Hedo, with 17 having to respond, and let's not go and forget about the fact that you're also related to Dr. Giro, and you should already be well aware of what it was that we went and did with him once we went and find out that he was planning on betraying us in the long run, and so why should we go and trust you? Well, because if what it was that Goku had said that he had seen within that demon realm is to
The
be
same
true,
team I just
Goku
faced, I
responds,
joined
then
them.
we're going to need all of the help and all of the enhancements that we could get our hands.
One unlike
I wonder if they're gonna be salty and not revive me if I go down. That's what happened with Cool Money. I went down and everyone gave a thumbs up. And no one saved me. Terrence, remember when I beat Cool Money? That was a pretty good match. There's a good chance he's gonna try to come and destroy E. Told you. Fuck, where am I? I'm trapped.
Power key. Use it quick.
Just made it, bro. Alright, we got level 2. And we basically just need to find one more key.
You know what to do with that.
This guy lagged out. Oh, he's good now. Yeah, 5 Dragon Balls. I don't know if these guys have a radar, but that'd be great when we fight Captain Ginyu. I don't know how this guy got his level 3. But we just need 2 more keys. It's just a D key. If anyone has time for shoulder duty, that would be nice. Bro, go to D. Why the fuck you coming here? Gonna hide here for a bit. Gotta go save this guy after. Come in. I don't know how you knew I was in there, but it is what it is.
I owe you one. Gallic gun.
My bad.
Flying Nimbus. I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you got it. The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
Who has the Dragon Balls, bro? Wait, a scouter? Well, that's understandable. After this match, I have to go downstairs. My mom wants to see me. She has some champagne. Probably gonna wish me happy birthday. Where's level 4, dog? I do have a final dragon change. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait for him to go to the time machine. And then I'll use it. Okay, we got him. GG's.
I refuse to accept this. One more time.
Haven't beat a Captain Ginyu in a while. Alright guys, I'll be right back. Happy New Year's to everyone.
Hands on if we hope to walk away from this entire ordeal with our planet intact, which I'm pretty sure that the two of you can already go and attest for, given what happened the last time we were placed in a hopeless situation like this. As Dr. Hedo went on to then respond, well, when given the nature on how my grandfather and I are completely opposite with all things considered, you'll simply have no other choice but to just simply go and trust me, as we don't have a lot of time on our hands, and so I'll need for the both of you to go and listen to me, because what it is that I'm about to go and tell you is going to be very important that I do not wish for you to go and lose sight of, for we are dealing with forces that go far beyond anything that we've seen before on this planet, and we'll need to be ready for anything and everything just in case something were to go and happen here on Earth in the meantime, for these very forces that we face could possibly even go as far as to exploit even the smallest of weaknesses among us, Dr. Hedo continues, and this is where the two of you will go and come in, as I only hereby come to you both with a proposal to enhance your abilities without compromising your nature in ways that'll ensure our survival just in case something were to go and unfold here within the process as we go and buy our time. For if we simply don't go and prepare ourselves for what is to come now, then we may end up finding ourselves in a scenario where even your remarkable abilities won't be enough to keep such enemies as these demons at bay, Dr. Hedo continues, as I only want to hereby introduce you both to Gamma 1 and Gamma 2's original stasis chambers, where the two of you will be stationed in for the time being. For what it is that I am proposing isn't about changing who you both are and what makes you both unique at your core, Dr. Hedo continues, but it is rather more about having to enhance what's already there and sharpening your powers to further ensure that you are both ready for any of these demon enemies in case you were to find yourselves in battle against them. And with Bulma's unparalleled intellect along with my own expertise, we've went along to go as far as to study the properties of that demon horn extensively, for it contains traces of energy and genetic material that could go and benefit us in the long run, and this is where the both of you come into the picture, Dr. Hedo continues, because by carefully merging its essence with your already pre-existing systems, we can go and create a defense that not only resists your magic, assuming if they go and have any, but we could also go as far as to potentially go and turn it and use it against them if they try, Dr. Hedo continues. So just imagine on being able to render their tricks useless before they can even go and attempt them against you, in which you would both be able to look more into while also enhancing both your speed, your power, and your awareness to greater levels, Dr. Hedo says. Wait a minute, to enhance our powers and abilities by using the DNA samples of those very demons to go and use that against them, 18 went on to then question. But would that really go as far as to actually work? With 17 responding, and more importantly is how are you both so sure that we aren't going to end up turning into one of those monsters in the long run? Because although it would go as far as to help us track those demons down and cancel out whatever kind of tricks they attempt to go and try on us, how could we go and be so sure that this upgrade is going to keep us both stable? With Bulma responding, well, if you're worried that the two of you will end up evolving into becoming like one of them, then that should be the least of your concerns, since the only thing that the two of you ought to worry about is by simply having longer hair and possibly new clothing pieces to match your newly upgraded looks. With 17 responding, so an upgraded and entirely new look, huh? Did you hear that, 18? Looks like our power isn't going to be the only thing that's going to be getting a makeover then. But tell me something while we go and decide, because you had mentioned on how this isn't going to change who we are, but mostly change and improve upon our power and abilities in the meantime. Is that correct? And you are absolutely sure that this isn't going to somehow have a negative impact on our standing, right? Because we really aren't too keen on crawling back inside one of these things after all. With 18 responding, but for what it's worth, we'll go and do what we need to if it means protecting the ones that we love. But just like 17 had just said, you are both positively sure that this upgrade isn't going to backfire on us, right? Well, yes, for that is correct, Dr. Hedo went on to then respond. For the upgrades that Bulma and I are proposing isn't going to change who you are by altering your humanity, your dignity, or your emotions, but rather than simply having to enhance your standing as you currently are, just in case this planet were to fall under some kind of an invasion. With 17 responding, and you are sure that none of this is going to backfire on us if we agree to go and do this, right? 17 questions, with Dr. Hedo responding correct. And while you may go and have your doubts, our main goal here is to ensure that you are both at your absolute best in case something were to go and start here. Because, well, simply put, even while as incredible as you both are, Dr. Hedo continues, the threats that we are facing now require us to think ahead, and I would much rather be ready than to be sorry. And so these upgrades aren't about replacing what makes the both of you unique, but more or less having this rather be more about refining it. And by doing this, we only hope to further enhance your abilities to ensure that nothing, not even these mysterious demons, can pose a threat to you or this planet if they just so have happened to go and make their way here as a result of it, Dr. Hedo continues. For your bodies will grow to become far more durable, as your shields will also grow to become far more stronger, and your energy reading levels on using their own demonic energy against them will be far more useful than it would be harmful, as Bulma went on to then chime in. And by doing this, not only do we plan on also upgrading Gamma 1 and having him join you in being an aid to us just in case we need it, Bulma says, but you two will undoubtedly be what this planet needs in case a full-scale invasion were to happen, since Vegeta and Goku are off handling other things with Lord Beerus and Whis in the meantime. And while they are all away, at least we can know that we have the two of you here to stand alongside us just in case an attack were to suddenly break out in the meantime. With Dr. Hedo then having to respond, that's right, and while you have already proven yourselves to be amongst some of the most powerful warriors that this planet has ever known, with Bulma's genius and with my cutting-edge research, I can help transform you both into something far beyond what this world has ever seen. And into standing tall as not only becoming the ultimate fighting machines, but in also being perfectly suitable to match one another's strengths. And with these upgrades in line, and I will also ensure to enhance your ability to read and respond to each other's movements in creating a dynamic partnership that no demon could ever hope to outmaneuver. Well, how about it then? Android 18 then went on to look over towards 17 by questioning, and as it sounds like we really have nothing left to lose in simply having to upgrade our powers, and since Bulma is here to back up Dr. Hedo's claims, then we really don't have anything much to lose here by having to go through with this. With 17 responding, well then if that's the case, then I suppose that we should go and get this over with already, since it would help give us the edge in making sure that nothing goes over our heads in case we do end up finding ourselves locked within a battle against those demons if they were to wind up coming here, and so why not then? So alright, Dr. Hedo, we'll agree to your offer and go along with your plan, 17 says, but we are only going to agree in having to do this solely due to us having to trust Bulma more over than yourself, and so don't go and take this personal either, because we're just, well, let's just go and say that we're simply playing it safe. And now that we are ready, 17 continues, just go on ahead and tell us on what you'd want the both of us to go and do, so that way we can hurry and make this quick while we still can. But all the while, in the meantime, as this was shown having to go down within Universe 7, as we then venture on over into Universe 6 and specifically having to take a look at planet Sadala, we only from that point then begin to oversee a very grim scenario of multiple Saiyans being shown laid out on the ground, with only one Saiyan being shown left remaining that went by the name of Ginger, as Ginger went on to then flee for his life by then responding, I've got to go and hurry and warn the king about this, and just what in the world are these things? And as they just so happened to appear from out of nowhere and they slaughtered everyone, or I hope I'm not too late. Oh, did they notice me? Are they following me? For I can't go and chance these things and having to follow me back to the king if they are after me, Ginger says, as I've got to go and hide and see if any of them were on my trail before I proceed to warn King Sadala of this unexpected attack by those creatures, as my entire squadron was ripped apart out there, even for them having to take some hostage and sending them through those strange portals that I've never felt so powerless in my entire life. Oh, please, please, I hope that they didn't see me. Please, I hope that they didn't. For my fellow Saiyans, they're all gone. I'm so sorry for failing to protect you all, Ginger says, as I don't happen to see those things anywhere, especially the bigger ones, so they must have left, and if so, and if they truly are all gone, then this is my one and only chance to go and make a break for it back to the castle, Ginger says, and as the faster I am able to move without being spotted or by having any of those monsters return, the better our situation will then be. But then, it was only shockingly enough from out of nowhere as one of the demon elites that went by the name of Okaru went on to grab onto Ginger by slamming him down onto the ground, was when Okaru then went on to quickly respond, a lone deserter, I see, for you will not be so fortunate to escape us again, Saiyan. Now stop me if I'm mistaken, but did I just overhear you mention the word king? So, it's your leader whom you were looking to go and reach, were you? Yes, for now we have a reason as to why we should remain on this world, and you are going to tell us on where we need to be in order to find this so-called king. And you will go on to do so now. So now give me the information that I seek and tell me where your king is hiding, or you will die, and I will not be asking you twice, with Ginger responding, I won't tell you anything, for I won't let you monsters go and slaughter any more of my fellow people. So now just go away and just leave this place, with Okaru responding, or else what? With Ginger having to then respond, or else you and your friends are going to be sorry that you have ever went and stepped foot on our planet, and so just leave. As Okaru went on to then respond, well, you don't get to go and tell me as to what to do, mortal child. And since you aren't going to go and tell me as to where the leader of your people on this planet is, then that only just means that you are expendable to me. And since you are no longer of any use to me, then may you go and perish alongside your brethrens. Now say goodbye, Saiyan. But then, it was only from out of nowhere within that moment, just before the demon elite was then shown having to put Ginger down, was when Kaba went on to surprisingly grab onto Okaru by then responding, oh no you don't, creature, for that is far enough, as I cannot allow for you to go and spill any more Saiyan blood here on this planet than you already have. What? A survivor among the slaughtered tribe, Okaru went on to then question, and just where exactly were you hiding this entire time, and how was it that you were able to go and slip through the cracks and having to avoid me this entire time, Saiyan? For your death itself will not go and stand without having it be the most brutal among them all, with Kaba responding, well, it doesn't really matter on how how or what it was that I did, because now that we are all here and after finding out about the Saiyans that you've slaughtered along the way upon coming here, we will not allow for you to go and continue these acts anymore, you hear me? And so from here on, you are no longer going to shift your focus and attack those who aren't strong enough to fight back against you, Kaba continues, but instead you are going to go and shift your focus onto us as your opponents from this moment moving forward. And so now hurry and go and get to safety while you're still able to flee, Ginger. Inform the others and wait on our return in the meantime, got it? For this has gone far enough, and although I don't know what you are or where it was that you came from or how it was that you even found our homeworld, but understand one thing, and that is we are going to go and make you pay for every one of our brothers and sisters that you went along to slaughter along the way, with Akaru responding, "Why, you wretched Saiyan, for you have no idea on who you are dealing with, but I am going to make sure that you go and find out the hard way once I go and inevitably get my hands on you, and while you are brave to go about this by challenging me the way you are, what could you possibly be talking about when you say we, when all that I see that stands before me is you on the battlefield? Because without anyone else here who will go and fight to try and save you, I am going to tear your body apart and drain you of every ounce of blood that you have until there is nothing that remains," Akaru continues. "For while you are all alone with me without anyone else here to help you, this is where you will die." But then, it was all of a sudden now, just within that very moment, as both Caulifla and Kale had gone as far as to make their presence known, was when Caulifla went on to quickly interrupt Akaru by responding, "And I wouldn't go and be so sure of that if I were you, demon, but let me go and make one thing very crystal clear to you here and now, as Planet Sadala is going to be the very
Alright guys, we're
last
back.
place that you will ever come
Happy
to
New Year's,
visit,
everyone.
as I don't care about who you are or where you happen to come from, and that is because you have went and made a very grave mistake by doing what you did and by attacking
I had to
my
go celebrate
people,"
with my mom and her
continues. So just in case
fiance.
if you happen to believe that
Just had
Kaba
some,
is going to
champagne.
be all alone here, Caulifla continues, then you are in for a very rude awakening, because not only is Kaba not going to be alone here against
Got
you,
some beer.
but now that both me and my sister are here to stand alongside with him, you are about to go and find out now firsthand on what we here in Universe 6 are really all about. Isn't that right now, Kale? That's right, Kale then went on to quickly respond upon them being shown having to emerge, and while I never would have expected to ever see such a cruel and heartless monster like you on our planet like this, you are nothing more than a mindless beast who is blinded by your own arrogance, and Planet Sadala won't ever stand to accept such a fate at the hands of a monster like you. And if you stand to go and think otherwise, Kale then continues, then you'll go on to learn differently once we go and show you the hard way, you monster, with Akaru responding, "So you truly weren't alone, as I had assumed that you would go and be after all, but even now, while the three of you stand here as one in hopes of defeating me, this will not go on to end the way that you think that it's going to, because I don't care on how determined you are or how tightly you cling on to your so-called Saiyan bond, because in the end, all three of you are nothing more than insects who are standing in my path. For I was sent here onto this world to go and exterminate every last one of you," Akaru continues, "and that's exactly what I intend to go and do, whether you three are going to be standing in the way of that plan or not. And so you may now go and try as you like, but this will not end in the way in which you think that it is, and that much I can already promise you," with Kaba responding, "Or so you think, but that's okay, because I really don't care about what you vow to try or do here against us, and that is simply because if there is one thing that I do know for a fact that'll happen here," Kaba says, "it's that we aren't going to allow for your cowardly tactics and your senseless violence to break us, nor will we continue to stand idly by and watch you slaughter any more of our people. And you better not go and think even for a second that either one of us here are afraid of you, because we're not," Kaba says. "And so now you can go and think what you want, but by the time this day is over, understand understand that both Kale, Caulifla, and myself stand united to defend Planet Sadala here against you. And no matter how powerful you think that you are, and no matter how ruthless of a warrior you claim for yourself to be, Kaba says, you will not end up surviving on what we have that's coming for you, creature. As multiple demons now from the Demon Realm are now shown clashing against Universe 11's Pride Troopers, to which it was only prior to their engagement with both Dispo and Casserole being shown standing back to back before having to engage against the Spike Demons was when Casserole went on to then chime in. This is just crazy, and they don't seem to be slowing down here either, but where the heck do they just keep coming from, Casserole questions? Because no matter what it is, when we go and put one down, two more just suddenly happen to appear from out of nowhere, with Dispo responding, well, your guess is as good as mine here, Casserole, because while I don't understand as to where these things continue to be coming from each time we go and put one down, we gotta go and keep pushing forward while we're out here against them, otherwise we are all goners, Dispo says. And so now while we're still able to go and fight and wait on the others to go and join in on having to help us, we have to still continue to try and push back against these monsters, or else they'll destroy us all if we aren't careful, Dispo says. And so even though I don't have a clue as to where these freaks continue to come from, we gotta go and act now while we can, otherwise it'll be too late. And so then what exactly is it that you go and propose that we do out there against them, Casserole questions? Because as tough as these creatures seem to be, we can't just blindly push in there and expect for some kind of a different outcome. And so now how exactly is it that you want to go and do this, Dispo? With Dispo responding, well, we don't really have much of a choice here, and so I'll need you to go and hurry and get right into the action the second I go and pounce on them and go right on the attack. And while I do, I will need you to go and grab the others and make sure that they are okay in the meantime, Dispo says, to which as Dispo was then shown having to make his move, it would only now appear as though Dispo was attempting to do everything he could in order to save the life of one of his own Pride Troopers, as Dispo then went on to continue, and so do not try and wait on me to go and tell you on when to move right in there, Casserole, because it's better for us to go and move in and handle this while we can right now, so then that way we can go and hit them when they least expect it. Otherwise we'll end up losing everything if we don't go and move in and try. And so now get away from her, you monster! Yes, I got her, Dispo, Casserole then went on to quickly shout. And so now's your chance to go and close in and hammer these monsters down so that we can go and carry on and finish these monsters off once and for all. And so now hurry! Oh, now you monsters are in for a rude awakening, Dispo responds upon being shown having to light speed blitz his way around one of the Spike Demons. Because the battlefield is where I tend to thrive the most in, and while despite with you demons having to outnumber us here and now, I myself have proven time and time again that no matter how many enemies go and stand in the way of our justice here in Universe 11, I will continue to stand alongside my fellow Pride Troopers until there is nothing that remains, because while we have faced off against some of the strongest mortal warriors from across the entire multiverse once before, we aren't going to be backing down here against you, and so you might as well just go and pack it up now, because this isn't going to end within your favor, Dispo shouts. And so now let this be a lesson for you creatures to go and bear in mind, because you aren't just going up against any ordinary fighting unit here, Dispo continues, as you monsters are up against Universe 11's mightiest force of justice, and because of that, no amount of evil and harm that you go and try to cast over us is going to work against any of us demons. But then, it was only just upon with Casserole being shown grabbing onto one of the Spike Demons and having to warn Dispo was when Casserole then went on to quickly shout, oh, we can't go and hold all of them back, and so now hurry and watch behind you, Dispo, for there are more of them that are looking to blindside you from behind, and so now hurry and turn around before it's too late. Wait, say what now? Oh, you've got to be freaking kidding me, Dispo went on to then quickly turn around by responding. But where in the world do these demons just continue to come from like this? Because they seem to be piling up on us more and more. But then, it was only just within that very moment as a gigantic energy blast was then shown having to smash into both of the Spike Demons and having to save Dispo was when Dispo then went on to quickly respond, hey, whoa, and just what in the world was that? And where in the heck did
Good to hear it, Terrence. Did that 26 XP start yet? Or are we still waiting? Just went downstairs. I had like a whole bottle of champagne.
Can you hear me?
Got some beer.
Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Lit right now.
I need help!
Fuckers love to come steal my cubes.
This is bad. Just extreme caution. Power key. Go slot it. Miss.
I'll skewer you alive.
Oh man. It's 12:19 for me.
What's the big idea?
What are you doing for New Year's? How are you celebrating? You have any drinks lined up? Are you with your family, your spouse?
Flying Nimbus!
This year I'm spending it with my mom and my sisters. I think the Raiders are around the corner, so we're out of here. Lost player. Oh no, wait.
Hey, great! You found another power key.
I think you're an hour behind for me.
Alrighty. Now, it's time to play. Boom! Flying Nimbus! Thank you. That's a new power key. Is it now?
Shout out to everyone who's watching. Hope you have a great New Year's. Today is officially my birthday. And, you know, funny story, today's my grandfather's birthday too. We're both born on the same day. So obviously my grandfather's not watching, but shout out to my grandfather. Wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you.
Flying Nimbus!
You know what I mean. We're both born on the same day.
Hey, great! You found another power
Not only are we both born on the same day, but we're both born on January 1st on New Year's Day. So shout out to the OG.
play me for a fool. Flying Nimbus!
Okay, so we got 5 Dragon Balls so far. And we need to set one more key.
The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now. Holy hell. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it?
Damn, Goro got me.
The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
We have the last two. We need one more Dragon Ball. This guy only has 4.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them. Here comes the pain. Let's go. The escape time machine's almost prepped. Now, head for the pickle and take it.
Fuck, he got me.
Nailed it. Here comes the pain. The body is mine.
Bro, those Vegeta's self-destruct is crazy. Unfortunately, we're down 1 Dragon Ball. Yeah, as long as these guys don't use the escape time machine, they might be able to clutch the win.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Thank you kindly.
And Shang Tsung took my soul. Oh, they got him. GG's team. W team. Is that the new ability we all need to get? Vegeta self-destruct? Because that did a lot of damage, bro.
that just... Wait, could that really be? You should go and worry not, Dispo, a familiar voice went on to then chime in, because while these demons thought that they could outmaneuver and outnumber us, they've underestimated the unity of us Pride Troopers, because so as long as I continue to stand alongside you and having to help lead you in this battle and overcoming these heartless monsters, so as long as I continue to stand with you, these demons will never know what peace or victory will ever taste like, Destroyer Topo went on to then respond. And while I didn't expect to go and unleash the power of destruction so soon, with the safety of my entire team at stake, there is no room for hesitation, and so I will go and do what I must to do what I can to ensure that none of you fall, and especially so as long as I am here to protect you all in the meantime, Dispo, with Dispo having to then turn around by responding, "Alright, I knew that I had sensed you around when me and Casserole were fighting these monsters off, and so it's good to see you here with us, Topo. And let me just be the first one to say that we are really happy to have you here standing alongside with us against these things, so thank you, Topo." Well, with the warm welcoming aside, Topo went on to then turn around upon having to spot another spike demon making his way towards him. These very demons who have decided to go and invade our world are undeserving of being given a second chance to go and try and escape us, and so now that I'm here, understand that you will no longer be allowed to go and continue to cause any more harm within our universe, but instead, Topo continues, you and all of those who are just like you are hereby going to be destroyed for the consequences of your actions. Hakai, Topo shouts, to which upon Topo now being shown having to erase one of the spike demons was when Topo then went on to continue, for this is the only way that we can go and ensure that Universe 11 is protected at all costs, Dispo, and so I will need for both you along with the others to stick close by me, as I will go and handle them from this moment moving forward, and so make sure that you go and stick close by me just in case something were to... Wait a second, Topo says. Something's rapidly approaching us and it seems to be coming from behind us. But where in the world it waits, for I am now sensing the energy signatures of two closing right in, and so wait a minute. Could it really be? But then, it was only surprisingly enough from out of nowhere, unbeknownst to both Topo and Kodos, as Jiren went on to quickly intervene by grabbing onto Kodos' arm, was when Kodos went on to then quickly respond, "Now this is where you will do... What the... But how? And from where? How did you go and do that just now?" Kodos questions. "How was it that you were able to sense me coming faster than the Destroyer student was?" With Pride Trooper Jiren having to then quickly respond, "Your audacity to even go and attempt to go as far as to try and strike down a God of Destruction candidate from behind and going unnoticed was a mistake. As this is going to be one mistake that I will ensure you that you are going to pay dearly for, creature. For your underestimation of us will inevitably lead to your downfall, and while we may not know as to where you creatures have emerged from, you can rest assured that I will hereby stand as being the barrier between your malice and the safety of this universe," Jiren continues, "no matter the cost. As your attempt on Topo's life just now was not only a testament to your nature and how far you are willing to go to achieve whatever it is that you came here to achieve, but it was also a testament in having to go as far as to show us on exactly what you are at your very core, creature. And now that I am standing here before you and being the difference maker in what the outcome of your fate is going to be," Jiren continues, "understand that this will be as far as I will allow for you to go, demon," with Kodos responding, "How utterly ridiculous of you to go and assume your authority over me when you know nothing of what I am capable of, Pride Trooper. But wait just a second now. Why do I feel as though I know this creature from somewhere?" Kodos went on to then say to himself by questioning, "as it doesn't appear to feel as though this is the first time that I'm coming face to face with this Pride Trooper, but where do I know him from? And why do I feel as though I've seen this mortal once before?" Kodos continues, "as this energy that I'm sensing that's coming from him feels all too familiar, for I am somehow able to recognize it somehow. Wait a second, could this really be what I think that it is? But of course, for now it is all beginning to make perfect sense as to where I am able to recognize him from, as I should have already known the very moments that I was able to sense his presence nearby," Kodos continues, "for now I am able to remember on who this is, as after all all of these years, the little boy who cowered in the shadows, trembling with fear as I ripped everything away that he went and held near and dear to him. For he is the one whose screams had echoed within the voids as I went and slaughtered his parents without mercy, and had only later done the same with his master. What was his name? Yes, Gichen, the old fool who thought that he could save and protect the boy. But from what I can see, it doesn't appear as though he knows on who I am or even remembers on what I've done. But perhaps now would be a better time than any other to go and remind this fool on exactly who it is that I am and why the memories of his past will ultimately come back to haunt him, especially now that I have returned. But then, it was only just upon within this very moment as Jiren was then shown having to knock Kodos away before having to address him was when Jiren went on to then quickly respond, "Now enough with these meaningless mind games and let us both go and see as to what you can truly do since you are already here, but while you are also foolish enough to assume that this is going to end within your favor," Jiren continues, "I can go and stake my life on the line with confidence to say that the outcome of your fate while attacking Universe 11 will not be ending in the way that you think that it will." As God of Destruction, Toppo went on to then quickly respond, "Thank you for stepping in the way that you did just now, Jiren, for I was barely able to get a read on something having to rapidly approach us before you had gone and stepped in, but there is something different about this one, for this one doesn't appear to be like the rest of them," Toppo continues, "as there is something about this creature that appears to be far more sinister. But what say you?" With Jiren responding, "I agree, but despite with this one here having to be different than the other creatures who were shown having to attack us, regardless of the fact, the outcome is still going to end the same," with Kodos now being shown having to slowly stand back up by responding, Yes, Pride Trooper, for now I am able to remember on exactly who you are, for it has been a really long time since I had last went and laid my eyes on you," Kodos continues, "for I didn't really go as far as to recognize you at first, but now that I am able to, I must say that I'm quite surprised, Jiren, for you have become strong, far stronger than I ever would have imagined would be possible in fact, but let us not go and pretend that strength is all that matters here within this very moment, Jiren, for it didn't go as far as to save your family then, and it won't be enough to go and save any of you now," Kodos says, "and while you may not know as to who I am or what it is that I am capable of, I, on the other hand, know all about who you truly are, and that is because at your very core, despite with this incredible power that you've managed to harbor throughout the years, you are still as weak and broken as I remembered in having to leave you, and no amount of strength obtained throughout the years will ever be enough to make that very same pain ever go away, Jiren. For it is ironic when you go and stop and think about it, Jiren, for you claim to stand as being the protector of this universe and a warrior of justice, but yet at the same time you also just so happen to be standing before the very demon who helped shape your miserable life into what it is today. For I can see that you have went and spent your years in chasing strength in hopes of having to bury the pain that I caused, but understand that strength alone cannot possibly help you in having to erase the past that you ran from, now can it? Don't go and listen to a single word that he goes and says to you, Jiren, Toppo went on to then quickly chime in, as he is only trying to go and get under your skin, and so be sure to take caution here, for he is only trying to rattle you after coming in the way of his plans, with Jiren responding, "No, Toppo, for I think that there is more to him than what he's letting off here, and so what exactly could you possibly be talking about, demon? What exactly do you mean by what you just said in remembering who I was, and where exactly is it that you claim to know me from?" Jiren questions, "for you better go and start talking right now," as Kodos went on to then create a portal behind them by then responding, "Oh, Jiren, Jiren, do you truly not recognize me? Well then go and take a good look into my eyes and you will see upon yourself the reflection of your own torment by doing so. For I am the very shadow that has haunted you ever since you were just a helpless child in having to leave you all alone in this world with nothing and no one to care for you when you were just a little boy. For I was the one who had taken everything from you when you were just a helpless child at the time, Jiren, as I am the very misery that drives you and the pain that fuels your strength, as this all began with me. But tell me, does it hurt in knowing that you were never really strong enough to save your parents when they needed you the most? Because I was the one who had ripped them both away from you when you were just a skinny little weak and pathetic child, Jiren. For I was the one, but slaughtering
Bro, we're still waiting on a match. We're 6 out of 8 right now.
enough for me, Kodos continues upon being shown having to retreat back into his portal, because
Everyone's celebrating New Year's right now.
within the mortal realm for too long
If you're still here watching, I hope you have a great night. Happy New Year's to you. Appreciate you. Right, like I said, right now we're 6 out of 8. Just need 2 more players.
Which I'm sure you do, because not only was I there when I stood over the lifeless bodies of your parents in your village as you went and made your return back home, but I was the one who was also there when I stood over the lifeless corpse of your former master Gichin, along with all those whom you went and surrounded yourself around, as I was the one who was responsible in having to slaughter them too, Jiren. For I was the one who had went and ruined your dreams when you were just a little boy. And so while your parents begged for mercy and your master fought very valiantly, Kodos continues, in the end, they all ended up falling before me, and very soon you will be no different in having to join them in the grave as well, Kodos continues. And that is because when I return, and you can make no mistake that I will come back for you, once I return, I will go and do unto you just as I did your parents and master, and that is slaughter you like I went and had slaughtered them, as I ensure you that there will be nothing that is left behind in your wake that will oppose me ever again, Jiren. And so in the meantime, I will go and leave you with this while the ghost of your past returns to haunt you, and now having to look into the very eyes of the soul demon who was ultimately responsible in destroying your entire life, with a shocked Jiren having to then respond, You what? It was you? You were the one who was responsible for the death of my parents along with Master Gichin and his students? You were the one? With Kodos having to then quickly respond, That is correct, Pride Trooper. I was the one who was responsible in having to rip all of them away from you when I did, and it's only going to be a matter of time before I go and end up doing the same onto you as well, Jiren. And so now cherish this moment while you still can, because I will come back for you sooner than you expect that I will, and when I do, once I return and confront you yet again, I am going to ensure that it will be the last time that I will ever have to see your face ever again. And so now farewell, Pride Trooper, until we meet again soon. But then, it was just within that very moment as Kodos was making his leave, as Jiren was also shown dashing directly towards Kodos' portal, was when Toppo went on to then quickly shout, Wait, Jiren, no! Don't go through that portal and follow him back into where he resides! Don't let him go and get inside of your head like this, Jiren! Don't let his words be what breaks your spirit out here, so don't do it! No, you will not go and escape me again! Jiren shouts upon being shown having to swing and miss as the portal went on to then close. Not this time, demon, and so now get back here and face me like a real warrior, you coward! Oh, Jiren, don't! Toppo then went on to quickly shout, You'll destroy the entire solar system with an attack that powerful, and so please don't do this! Just try and regain focus and think about your actions while you are still able to go and make them, Jiren! You're going to destroy all of us if you don't slow down, and remember, please, Jiren, again, with Dispo responding, "Oh, Topo, the entire planet feels as though it's going to be torn apart by the sheer force of Jiren's strike, and look, up there above us, the moons around this planet have all been destroyed by the shockwave and by the force of Jiren's attack. This is just unbelievable," with Topo having to then chime back in, "Oh, what incredible power. He's hurt, Dispo, for that demon knew that he stood no chance out there against Jiren, and so he knew that the only other way that he could have been able to go and get him was by revealing his true nature as a way to try and break Jiren apart from the inside. I spent my entire life trying to erase the darkness that you've casted over my life," Jiren went on to then respond, "by using every ounce of strength that I could in letting go of the pain that you had inflicted onto me. And now that I know of who you are, and now that I know that it was you who was the one that was behind the pain that I had felt all this time, on my honor and in the names of my parents along with Master Gichin," Jiren continues upon having two spike demons trying to blindside him from behind, "I am going to hunt you down no matter how far you go and no matter what it is that you go and try. I will not stop until your fate is sealed by making you pay in your own blood." To which, intensely enough, from out of nowhere, as Jiren went on to then blow away the two spike demons that were rapidly shown having to approach Jiren from behind, was when Dispo went on to then chime back in, "Whoa, Topo, are you seeing what I'm seeing right now too? Because, well, I haven't seen Jiren this angry and this determined about something in such a long time, but even now, I can also understand as to why that is, especially after given everything that we just saw happen right now," with Topo responding, "Well, with all things considered, I don't think that any of us had ever expected to have what just transpired to go and take place here, and especially since the subject alone is but a very touchy one for someone like Jiren, but even now, I can fully come to understand on where Jiren is coming from, because any one of us would have felt the same way that he is currently feeling within the moment, and so that much is understandable given what took place," with Dispo responding, "Incredible, for I've never seen Jiren so angry like how I am right now, and so do you think that he'll be alright there, Topo?" with Topo responding, "Well, although I will agree and say that I too haven't seen Jiren as angry as he is right now since the days of the Tournament of Power, we will simply just have to go and check in with him just to make sure that he is okay," with Pride Trooper V1 having to then respond, "Hey, are you okay, Casserole? For we are glad to still see that you are with us after what just happened here, and so we'll go and make sure that you are healed up and back on your feet in no time," with Casserole responding, "Thank you for your concerns, but I am not the one who mainly needs to be attended to here, V1, and so are you alright there, Jiren? For none of us could have went and anticipated on what just happened here to be shown taking place, and so I'm sorry if we let you down," with Jiren responding, "Never mind my feelings about this entire ordeal, because now that I was able to go and see with my very own two eyes on which demon it was that had went and ripped my parents alongside my master away from me when I was just a little boy, this Kodos may have went and escaped into the demon realm for now, but his retreat only delays the inevitable, and so we'll need to act swiftly," Jiren says, "and so now go and gather the others and prepare for a full report to Lord Belmont, for he needs to understand the magnitude of this threat," Jiren continues, "and as I don't intend to go and leave any stone that is thrown our way unturned, for I will not under any circumstance allow for that creature to go and slip back into the shadows and escape me as he once did, especially not now, because this is now personal between us, as his escape is but a temporary victory, but you can make no mistake about the fact that I will go and ensure you all that I will be the last face that this creature will ever see, for the path that he has chosen will directly lead to his downfall, as I will walk it to its very end no matter the cost," Jiren says, "and for that to happen, we need Lord Belmont's counsel and support, as I do not intend to go and allow for these demons to tear this universe apart while standing in their way. So then, the three of you want to go and stand in the way of Lord Raigen's plans of multiversal conquest, now do you? Well, alright then, Saiyans, for I will gladly go and accept this battle on behalf of my master, but just so you all know ahead of time," Okaru continues, "don't be surprised when you later come to find out the hard way when you begin to witness your own blood turn on you for the greater good of the mission. And while you all blindly continue to stand to defend your already dying race of warriors from the inevitable, I will take what I came here to go and collect in the name of Lord Raiden Raijin and leave no stone unturned, Okaru continues. And so I hereby come and welcome you to go and try if you really think that you have a shot at stopping me as I am, but if you do, then you will soon come to find out firsthand on why engaging me head-on like this will be one mistake that you will not live long enough to ever come to regret, Saiyan. But then, it was only just upon with Super Saiyan Kaba being shown having to be the first in engaging against Okaru by attacking him was when Kaba went on to then quickly respond, yeah, well, you can keep on dreaming about this so-called plan of yours to begin with, because if there was one thing that my master Vegeta had taught me, it is that we Saiyans will never go and back down, nor will we ever allow ourselves to be overtaken and enslaved by any force of evil who seeks to destroy us. And if that means that I will have to go through you in order to see that peace among our race to be true, Kaba says, then that is exactly what I'm going to go and do in order to ensure the survival of our people, with Okaru being shown attempting to slash Kaba by then responding, is that so? Then let me go and ask you something, Saiyan, and how exactly are you so sure that you and your friends over there are going to wield enough power in putting an end to what Lord Raijin and the Dark Masters have placed into motion? For how is it that you think that you are going to be so sure of yourself, along with being sure of such pathetic power here against me, that it'll ultimately be enough to go and bring down what we demons have strived so hard to achieve, Okaru questions. Oh, don't you go and worry about that one, Kaba went on to then quickly respond upon being shown punching Okaru in the face, because we'll go and make sure that you go and get the answers that you want the hard way once you come to see firsthand on exactly how strong we here in Universe 6 truly are, and after we go and crush you for the damage you've caused here, along with the lives that you've went and ripped away from us, demon. Well, I don't believe you, Okaru then suddenly went on to quickly respond, and so, since I don't believe you, I will go and ask you again, Saiyan, because now I want to know if this is truly the best that the Saiyans here of this universe have to offer. Because while you sure do appear to talk a big enough game, Saiyan, I can't help but ponder on this power that you are using here against me. For all I happen to see is a weakling who is flailing against the inevitable, because if you think that you alone can beat me as you are, Saiyan, then allow me the honors of having to put these dreams of yours to rest. To which, as Okaru was then shown uppercutting Kaba out of his Super Saiyan form, was when Okaru then went on to continue, as a foolish little pest like yourself, along with all those who are just like you, could never go as far as to dream of rivaling the might of where it is that beings like myself come from, Saiyan. For I just so happen to come from a world that not only goes far beyond your simple understanding of what you assume for true power to be, but with a power such as the one that you were just shown trying to go and use against me, it is only but a tiny inconvenience when standing across a far greater power, Saiyan. And very soon, sooner than you might expect actually, Okaru then went on to surprisingly grab onto the back of Kaba's neck, you will go on to join your Saiyans in the grave once I break your spirit in half, right after I go and break your body, Kaba. And once you go, then the girls will go, and once they go and join you within the grave, Okaru continues upon being shown smashing Kaba's face on down to the ground, then all that will remain on this world will be the insects who just so happen to inhabit it, as one by one, we will go and see to it that your entire race of pathetic Saiyan warriors join you in the afterlife, and as we go on to proceed with our plans in having to tear this world apart until there is nothing left that remains. But then, it was only just upon with Kaba now being shown having to have enough in channeling his innate power and activating that in transforming into a Super Saiyan 3 was when Kaba then went on to quickly shout, enough of this, for you will not be given the chance to go and harm my people and shred this world into pieces more than you already have, demon. Because if you truly wanted to go and see on what the full extent of our power here in Universe 6 was truly capable of, then I'll be the first to gladly go and show you, demon. And because you kept insisting by questioning my strength along with the power that we here on planet Sadala are capable of in wielding, Kaba then went on to slide on there by responding, maybe this ought to go and prove to you on how serious I was when I said that you weren't going to beat us. And so now this is for all of our allies that you went and slaughtered along along the way prior to battling here against me, Kaba continues, as I am going to go and make you suffer for every Saiyan life that you have went and taken away from our planet here today. As Okaru then went on to respond, oh, curse that Saiyan, for it should be impossible for such a creature to go and harbor such a surprisingly incredible battle power like this, but even now this was exactly what I was hoping that would happen, Okaru continues, for now we will go on and see on where these creatures will stand when staring into the faces of terror itself, Okaru continues, and so now come forth, my bloodhounds, and feast upon this mortal's flesh, for his bones will be all yours for the picking, my creatures of chaos. And so now go and take this moment upon yourselves to go and tear that Saiyan apart limb from limb until there is nothing left but blood that remains. Whoa, and just what in the world are those things, and how in the world did he just go and call those things onto our world? Kaba then went on to then turn around by shockingly responding, oh, darn it, he's trying to go and outnumber me here. But then, it was only just then from out of nowhere as both Kale and Caulifla went on to insert themselves in this battle and having to even the odds between Okaru and Kaba was when Caulifla then went on to quickly respond, alright, now that does it, because while we went and tried to give this freak the benefit of the doubt in hopes of having him face off against Kaba all by himself without having anyone or anything go and jump in the way of having to help him, since he's going to try to call for backup, then allow for us both to go and back Kaba up during this battle so that the odds could be evenly matched against you. And so now don't you worry about having to be outnumbered here against him, Kaba, because so as long as we're here to stand alongside you in taking this monster down for everything he's done here, this loser is in for a very rude awakening if he thinks that we're just going to stand idly by and watch as he tries to overtake you by calling for backup. But then, it was only just upon with the gigantic energy blast then being shown having to make its way towards Kale, Kaba, and Caulifla was when Kale then went on to quickly respond, sis, look, he's going for broke because he knows that he can't beat us all on his own, and so he's trying to go and get rid of us in one foul go, and so now let us go and bring the pain right back to him. As Kaba then went on to quickly shout, yes, that's right, and so now let us go and show this demon on what our power of unity is truly made of, and let us go and show both him and those whom he happens to serve under that we aren't going to go so quietly into the night without having to push back on their sick and twisted plans by showing them that we aren't going to lay down as easily as they think. But then, it was only just upon with our heroes' collective efforts and having to be shown blowing right past Okaru's attack before having to be later shown having to acknowledge Okaru was when Caulifla went on to then quickly respond, yes, there we go, now that ought to go and show him on why we aren't to be taken as fools here, so that ought to go and show that freak that we mean business here in Universe 6. And so now let us go and continue to keep the pressure on him, you guys. But then, it was only unexpectedly from out of nowhere as Okaru was then shown gliding across their attacks and making his way ever so closer towards them was when Kale went on to then quickly respond, wait sis, quickly look up there above our attack. That demon is trying to use the momentum of our blast to try and go and blindside us when we least expect for him to do, and so we've got to go and grab him right now. Oh no you don't, we don't think so, Caulifla went on to shout upon her and Kale being shown grabbing onto Okaru's weapons. And so now hurry, Kaba, now is your chance to go and put those animals of his down while we have this monster within our sights and preventing him from causing any more problems and putting those beasts of his down, and so now hurry! Yes, she's right, because the quicker I can go and set these demonic hounds of his aside, Kaba went on to quickly respond, the quicker I'll be able to go and finish that creature off once and for all without having any of his animalistic minions go and get in the way of our battle here against him. And so now this ought to do the trick, Kaba went on to then blast both of these demonic hounds by then quickly having to chime back in, because one way or another, whether we have to go and dedicate ourselves in giving this monster the entire day to ensure his defeat and make him pay for the lives he's taken, then we'll make sure to go out of our way and do it. And with these two out of our way, that just goes and leaves that freak to now face us all alone.
We're still here, guys, still waiting on a match.
For this to go and be. But then, it was only just within that very moment as both Caulifla and Kale were then shown having to grab onto Okaru's weapons before Okaru was able to actually reach them was when Kale went on to then respond, well, you'd be wrong to assume that these cowardly and underhanded tactics of yours are actually going to be enough to work here against us, because if it isn't evident by now, they won't, and hopefully now you will be able to see that firsthand as you come to find out and learn about this the hard way, demon, with Caulifla responding, and you'd better not go and assume otherwise here either, because if blindsiding us by calling upon those hungry animals of yours was something that you thought was actually going to be enough to go and get the job done here against us, then you might want to go and take a closer look at what Kaba had done to them, because now with your mutated lapdogs out of the way, that just leaves you here all alone with us, which is going to be one critical mistake that you are going to end up paying dearly for, and especially for all those who are innocent enough in having you rip their lives away from them, you monster, as Okoro then went on to quickly respond, "Oh, how predictable you Saiyans are in thinking that you have already won in charging headfirst into a battle that you didn't even realize you have already lost. For you may think that your strength and your unity will save you here against me, but the truth is," Okoro continues, "is that the two of you have fallen right into my trap without you even having to know on what it is that I intend on doing. The two of you have fallen right into my trap without you even having to know on what it is that I intend on doing once I am to return back within the demon realm. For the very might that the two of you just so happened to exert was exactly the kind of mortals that I was hoping to have encountered here," Okoro continues upon being shown pulling his blades away, "as the three of you may have fought here against me very valiantly, and dare I even say had drove me back in doubting my ability to win here against you, but even now, you have all failed to go and see the bigger picture, as this battle was but a stepping stone in a far greater plan," Okoro continues, "for it is a plan that ensures that your very kind crumbles, as we will
Why is making that weird noise? Oh, let me try to fix that. I have to restart the stream, guys. Getting some technical difficulties. Start the stream, guys. Some technical I don't know what that humming. Can't hear it on my end, but I can hear it in the live stream. But I can hear it in the live stream. I can't hear it. You guys can hear it too. I mean, it went away, but now the picture looks a little chopped. Went away, but now the picture looks a little chopped.
Someone!
The colors are off.
You're a big help.
Shout out to everyone. Hope you're having a great New Year's. Happy New Year's to everyone watching.
Great! You know what to do with that key.
Welcome. Thank you, Chloe.
Holy hell. You're done! You? Flying Nimbus!
I was trying to fix the stream, so who cares, dog?
Place it now.
You weren't gonna win this match anyways. This guy's already level 3. I was trying to fix the stream, so who cares, dog? Check, check, check. Check, check, check. I don't know what's going on? I'm trying to fix it though. What's going on? I'm trying to fix it though. Probably just gonna have to end the stream and put it back on. We lost the picture. Give me a second. Just gonna have to end the stream and put it back on. Lost the picture. Are we back? There's still an echo? Or some buzzing noise? Are we still? Alright, should be fixed now. Is it better? Oh, there, bro. I have no idea what's wrong with this. Is it better? This shit just came out of nowhere. Oh, there, bro. I have no idea what's wrong with this. Some technical difficulties. Sounds better. I don't hear it no more. You guys hear it? I don't know what happened, bro. My cables are kind of messed up. I don't know. I gotta change them tomorrow. But Happy New Year's, everyone. If there's an echo, I don't know how to fix the echo, but the buzz is gone. Did he just win the match? Yo, Terrence, is this the new ability we all need to get, bro? That's twice now I'm seeing this guy win, someone win the match with that ability. It's twice now I'm seeing this guy win, someone win the match with that ability. Hands are self-destructing.
Go and make sure that it will also be the very blood of your own kind that will be used as the ink, which will be what writes your story to a finish, Saiyans. And so while this trap of mine wasn't designed to go and destroy you all here today if it didn't already call for your destruction, but after having to catch a glimpse of the power that all three of you just so happen to have harbored beneath the surface when compared to many of your Saiyan brothers and sisters here, I instead had decided to go and design a new approach while engaging myself here against you, Okaru continues, which was ultimately designed to ensure that when the right time comes for this to go and be used, that your entire race ends up falling by its very own hand. And so I must go and thank you both for lending me that very helping hand, for this will be all that I will need to ensure the destruction of your entire race, Okaru continues, which will ironically be done by the hands of your very own. But I won't let this be our final encounter, for I will come back for you, and when I do, then not only will I go and watch as each of you are broken and beaten down and put within your places like how you're supposed to be, but I will ensure that I go and finish what was started here if you aren't already destroyed by the time I get to you, and I will make sure to put an end to it all personally. But it was only despite with all of this having to be said, as Super Saiyan 3 Kaba had went as far as to fire an energy blast directly at Okaru, was when Kaba then went on to quickly shout, no, you don't, and so now stand aside, you guys, for we cannot go and allow him to escape and have him be given another chance to go and attack us like this again. And so now stop right there and face us like the warrior that you claim for yourself to be, you demon. Well, while this was fun while it lasted, Okaru continues upon being shown having to vanish within the portal behind him. Now that I have on what the Dark Masters require, along with having to now inform Lord Raijin on exactly which of these universes' mortals are the ones to eliminate first before any of the others. Try not to go and miss me too much while I'm gone, because I can go and promise all three of you that this will
to your
not be
mailbox
the
right
last
now.
time that you will go
It gave
and
me
see
10
or hear
cipher.
from
Maybe
me
I have to log out and log
again.
back in.
And
Turn the
so
game off
now
and turn it back on. I don't
farewell
know.
for
I just got
now,
10 tickets.
Saiyans, to which as Kaba's energy blast was then shown having to make its way and smashing directly into Okaru's portal was when a massive explosion was then seen with Caulifla responding, "Wait, what? And just what the heck is that freak talking about? Because surely he's not thinking about trying to leave so soon without having to finish this battle that was already started here now, is he? No, you don't, and so now come back and finish what you have started here, you coward," Caulifla continues. And so now don't just go and tuck your tail between your legs and say, "See you all next time," and so now come back. But it was already too late, because with the portal then shown having to close as Kaba went on to acknowledge this overall situation with anger was when Kaba then went on to quickly respond, "Oh no, damn that monster, I can no longer sense his life energy anywhere on this planet," which only now means that he had managed to escape back within whatever realm that he went and crawled out of, Kaba says. Oh darn it, and we were so close too, because we had him. And as I know that we've had him right where we needed for him to be, and he pulled a fast one on us before we could have finished him. Oh, but where exactly did he go? Wait, hold on there, Kaba went on to then power down by approaching both Kale and Caulifla. Are you both okay? I saw what he went and did, and although it was very strange of him just to go back and retreat the way he did after cutting you both, he also just so have happened to look very pleased by the result of having to do it. And so are you guys alright, Kaba questions? And so is it really that bad? Because you guys seem to be both bleeding out by a lot, with Caulifla having to then respond, "Oh damn that monster, for he went and cut us both pretty deep by using those weapons of his, but we'll be alright for the time being, Kaba, as we are only just a little on edge by what he went and just did to us," with Kale having to then chime in. And what's even more alarming was, I'm not sure that if the two of you had seen it, but after
just gave me,
went and cut our hands open with those
season
blades
9
of his,
tickets,
he
10 of
strangely
them.
enough had seemed to have taken great pride in
For a
having
Happy
to
New
make
Year's
us
bonus.
both bleed, as if he was hoping that this would go and happen. Yeah, well, whatever it was that he was after, Caulifla responds, he clearly wasn't able to succeed in, but why would he then suddenly retreat back into that portal of his before he could go and capitalize on actually finishing what he came here and had started, Caulifla questions? Because none of this now is starting to make any sort of sense, with Kaba having to then chime in, and so it is clear to us all now on what it is that we have to go and do, as we are hereby left with no other choice and must go and seek out and speak with King Sadala in regards to this matter immediately, Kaba says. And that is simply because the two of you know just as much as I do that evil like that kind in which we have just encountered here doesn't just suddenly vanish without a trace, because we can all come to agreement in knowing that he will come back for us, and when he does, Kaba continues, he will return with the sole purpose of wanting to destroy everything that we have built here, and so that is why we have to go and warn the king and prepare for the worst, Kaba continues, as he is more than likely regrouping alongside his allies, and if we don't go and act quickly, then he'll more than likely catch us when we least expect for him to arrive, and we can't just go and leave that up to chance, Kaba says. And so while we still have some time that remains, we have to go and get a move on right now if we hope to go and change things, Kaba went on to then take off by then continuing. And so now let us go and hurry it up and go while we still have the time, so that we can go and try to get a leg up on those demons before they are able to go and do the same thing to us. Well, he's right, Caulifla went on to then respond, and so now let us go and get a move on then too, Kale, so that we can go and regroup and form a strong plan in case that monster and his minions return. To which it was only within that very moment, as Kale, Kaba, and Caulifla were then shown having to make their way hastily towards the king's castle, was when Kaba went on to then reflect by responding, "Now while I may not be entirely sure on what that creature meant when he talked about having to turn our own blood against us, I'm not just going to stand around here and wait for us to find out, especially if there are more of those demons that lurk within the shadows that many of us may not be fully aware of. But it's better for us to go and take action now before he returns, and if worse comes to worse and if we are stuck without a chance of having to drive these demons back where they belong, then we will have no other choice than to go and get the right person for the job in helping us go and put a stop to these monsters once and for all. And so my only hope is that I'm not too late, Kaba says. But then, it was only elsewhere within that very moment, as Whis had now finally found the location in which he was seeking out in having to speak with the creator of the Super Dragon Ball Zalama, was when Whis went on to then respond, and there it is, the sacred homeworld of the creator of the Super Dragon Balls themselves. For I can't really go on to remember the last time that I came onto this world, but it's better not to waste any more time than to go and see on what can be done, Whis continues, and if the great Zalama can go and help us in having to locate and retrieve the Super Dragon Balls in time before it's too late, Whis says. And while it has been quite some time since I was last seen having to visit Zalama, if there is anyone who would have any kind of information on where the Super Dragon Balls may be, then I have no doubt in my mind that Zalama is the perfect person who would be best suited in having to give us the information that we need in getting those Super Dragon Balls away from the hands of those demons and back within our possession. And so now here goes, and let us see if this works within our favor, Whis went on to then clear his throat by then responding. Venerable creator of the almighty and all-powerful Super Dragon Balls, I come to you during this desperate time in hopes of having a word with you in regards to an emergency situation that just so happens to involve the Super Dragon Balls, Whis continues. For I stand here before your sacred domain with the utmost respect in wishing to go and speak with you about this, as the situation itself is dire and also happens to concern the very fabric of existence itself if the situation isn't handled in due time. For we are here without an option, and I come to you for this very purpose, as the multiverse needs your help, Whis went on to then bow by responding, and as both your brilliance and your craftsmanship have helped shape many realities along the way, but now the balance of those very same realities are at stake, and I come to your sacred world here to go and speak to you and having to seek out your guidance and intervention during this unprecedented emergency. And as I hereby ask for you to please come forward and reveal yourself, as I humbly come to you with the purpose of helping the Omni Kings as well. For I am afraid that time is quickly running out, and I come to you with one final request at helping us solve this problem that we are facing before it is too late, O great and wise Zalama. For I wouldn't have gone out of my way to come here if the matters themselves weren't as dire as I had described, and while there is nowhere left for us to go and turn during these troubling times, and I hereby kindly ask for you to share your wisdom alongside with the rest of us angels who wait on your guidance, as I am here with a request that will help shape the very foundation of the future if it is not addressed here and now, mighty one. But then, it was only upon with these gigantic gates now shown having to slowly open up with an entity being shown having to exit through the other side was when Zalama then went on to quickly respond, a matter in which you claim that just so happens to involve and endanger the Omni Kings, you say? Nah, Whis, for it has been thousands of generations since I had last heard the sound of your voice, Zalama went on to then step forward by responding. But while your presence here is indeed a fascinating one, what could these matters happen to involve in which you speak of that directly correlates to the Omni Kings, Zalama questions? Because while you also speak of the matters which also happens to involve the Super Dragon Balls that I have went and created, Zalama continues, and I do not like the sound of what it is that I am hearing that is coming from you about these matters, and so I hereby wish for you to go and explain everything, for your arrival also coincides with the strange disturbance that I have felt rippling throughout the multiverse as of late, for it is but an eerie yet an unexplained surge of power that I feel pulsing within the void, Zalama went on to then reveal himself by continuing, and as I only now can't help but wonder on how any of this ties directly back to the Super Dragon Balls, and more importantly, Zalama continues, is how this all goes and ties back to the Omni Kings as well. And so, I must go and ask on how was it that my creations and my gift to Lord Zeno has now become the center of all of this chaos, and more importantly, on how exactly this all ties back in concerning the Omni Kings, Whis. For the Super Dragon Balls were never meant to be created as a tool of destruction or imbalance, Zalama continues upon being shown approaching Whis, but yet if they also now just so happen to be used as instruments of someone else's destruction and chaos, then I must know on everything that it is that you are able to go and tell me if you wish for me to go and locate the whereabouts of where those very orbs that you are searching for happen to be, as this was the very reason on why you have decided to come and speak to me, was it not, Whis? With Whis having to then respond, well, unfortunately, you would be correct, correct to assume that the Super Dragon Balls are currently being misused, for we cannot happen to locate their current positions, nor could we also happen to go and locate the very source and finding out on where they might be hiding within. But I'm afraid that those who are responsible just so happen to come from the demon realm as well, Lord Zalama, for they had done away with both the Grand Minister and the Omni Kings, which is why I come to you for your guidance during these troubling times. With Zalama responding, then it was as I have feared, for they are now merely being used as weapons for a much darker purpose. But very well then, Angel, for you may go and come inside and enter into my sacred chamber, for there is much for us to go and discuss. Zalama went on to then point out by continuing, as I would like for you to go and fill me in on everything that it is that you know, so that I may go and use this information and go and figure out on where the Super Dragon Balls are being stored away within. But at the same time, we mustn't go and waste any time and do what is made available to us within this moment, as we also better make sure that it is done without having us be detected along the way. Zalama continues, and as the last thing that I need is for a war to be brought here onto my front doorstep, and so now let us go and make haste while we still have the time. With Whis responding, well, I don't really think that those who are behind this entire ordeal are gonna want to go and try to engage against an angel of my caliber without having to risk putting their lives on the line, but I actually second your assertion, as I intend on filling you in on everything that I have been noticing since the very beginning, Lord Zalama. With Zalama responding, and so you also now say that both you alongside the other angels still couldn't happen to locate the Super Dragon Balls despite having to search together either, Zalama questions, because if you and the other angels cannot detect their presence, then they are more than likely being concealed within one of the time chamber realms, which is able to massively accelerate its time factor, Zalama continues, which would also go and explain their repeated and abused usage. With Whis responding, as that would also indeed happen to appear to be the case, Lord Zalama, but while knowing that they are more than likely within one of these time chambers, even despite with this information, we just cannot seem to get a good read on which chamber they are all in. And while I can't seem to help but shake this feeling of dread that waits for us on the horizon, Whis continues, and I just only hope that we can hurry and retrieve the Super Dragon Balls quickly before it is too late. These so-called Dark Masters are very cunning, I see, and to have discovered and utilized one of the forbidden time chambers, those which sever themselves from the natural flow of existence, and surprisingly even from angelic perception, is no simple feat for anyone to accomplish, Zalama says. But even now, I want to go and make myself as clear as I can be by telling you that the Super Dragon Balls are not mere artifacts to be used as pawns to suit their dark and twisted ambitions, as these Dragon Balls are bound to me in a way that even the grandest powers of destruction and creation cannot sever. And because of this, these Dark Masters underestimate the ancient spells that I wove during the genesis of the Super Dragon Ball's creation, as these very spells themselves were inscribed with the intent to ensure their recovery should a catastrophe like this were to go and happen, Zalama continues. For the Super Dragon Balls themselves also just so happen to emit a very unique form of energy that I call their magnetic resonance, for it is a vibration that can echo across any dimension, Zalama goes on, as even the time-distorted realms of the time chambers themselves cannot completely go on to mask this vibration, Zalama says. For the task now before us is twofold, and that is to go and recover the Super Dragon Balls and to ensure that such a travesty cannot go and be repeated by them or any other being ever again, as their very theft is but a testament to the folly of leaving them unguarded, Zalama continues, which is something that must ultimately change once I am to go and find them, which I am only hoping that they are all still within this realm, as I only go on to say this because if, and only if, the Super Dragon Balls are not found within any of these time chamber realms, which I assume for them to be, then the only other place that I can go and think of for them to be within would be somewhere outside of our current reality and within the outskirts of the Omniverse, with Whis having to then respond, and I beg your pardon, Lord Zalama, but what exactly is this Omniverse in which you speak of, because I have never heard of such a place like this before, with Zalama responding, though it is only a rumor that I just so happen to have overheard that had once came from the mouth of the Grand Minister himself. I must go on to further warn you that even my understanding is but a fragment of what the Omniverse is truly rumored to represent, for it is said to be a realm that goes far beyond our comprehension, as it is also said to be a space that is infinitely more vast than the multiverse that we here call home, Zalama continues, for it is also said to have been rumored in being the very foundation of existence itself, and the boundless plane where reality continuously folds within itself endlessly, Zalama says. But through that, the Omniverse is also said to be a place where it constantly creates new dimensions, new timelines, and new universes that stretch endlessly in every direction, as the rumors that I've also heard happen to suggest for it to operate on the principles that are also alien to us, that even the highest cosmic orders within our multiverse seem to also pale in comparison to the rules of the Omniverse, or lack thereof, Zalama says. And while I doubt for the Super Dragon Balls to have went and been taken and dragged into such a place, since I do not believe that these so-called Dark Masters would have the knowledge on such a place, Zalama says, and I have no doubt that this would end up being the last place that they would be in, which only now leaves me to believe that they are indeed here within the existing multiverse and not within any other. And because I know that they are, I can already tell that although they are not going to be easy to find, Zalama continues, I know for a fact that they haven't been moved from where they were last shown having to be used, and that will be my key in finding them, Zalama says. So then what you are essentially saying is that there exists a realm that goes far beyond even what we angels were thought to assume would be the limit of creation, Whis went on to then question, and you also claim to have happened to overhear this from the mouth of the Grand Minister, you say. So then I can only go as far as to assume that the only ones who would also know would be the Omni Kings themselves, isn't that right? With Zalama responding, that is correct, for they, along with myself, are the only ones to know. But even though I wasn't told in full detail as to what lies beyond these walls and over on the other side, we cannot rule the Omniverse out here either. But while I am in search of looking for the echoes of their hidden vibration, I believe that I am starting to now sense something, which is why this leaves me to believe that these Dark Masters did not just so happen to go and cross over, but rather remain within the known realms of this existing multiverse, Zalama says, with Whis responding, so then let me go and ask you, what are the odds then of these Dark Masters in having to also know about this Omniverse? For could it be possible that they have also learned about or overheard something? With Zalama having to then respond, well, while I do not want to go and rule out the idea that these Dark Masters just might know, I highly doubt that this would turn out to be the case. But what I will say is that after giving me his name, since it's been so long and having anyone utter his name to me before in such a long time, if there is any creature who dwells within that realm who in fact just might actually be aware of this Omniverse, then I have no doubt in my mind that it would turn out to be the very god of the demon realm, Raijin, for it was one of the many reasons as to why the Grand Priest had once ordered for Murno to go and stop him before he was corrupted. And so we must not go and overlook the idea of Raijin being the only one down there who was aware of such a realm that exists. But something appears to be coming to me at the moment, and if this is what I assume for this to be, then stand by, for this just might be the breakthrough that we had been hoping that we would go and come across. To which all the while back within one of the time chambers, we only from that point then happened to oversee the Dark Masters in getting ready to use the Dragon Balls just before they were shown having to buzz, as Toro went on to then quickly respond, and alas, the time for us to go and use the Super Dragon Balls and having the dragon go and grant us our most important wish is now finally at wait. What is this strange surge of energy that these orbs are now starting to emit from their places? As Giro went on to then chime in, I'm not sure, but they were never shown having to act like this before when we were using them, and so do you think that it is possible that our location has been compromised? With a panicked Toro then having to respond, yes, for that must be the case, but we cannot go and allow for whatever source is behind this sudden disturbance to go and ruin our plans, especially now since we are so close in completing our mission, and so we must hurry and call upon the dragon right now before they are able to go and take these orbs away and preventing us from doing what we know must be done no matter the cost, Toro says. For Lord Raijin is now waiting, and we must not go on to keep him waiting any longer, lest we are to lose the Dragon Balls before we can go and use them again. And so now let us hurry and go and use them before it is too late. As Zalama went on to then chime back in, there, for I can sense them, however faintly, for they appear to be resonating from within our known multiverse, Zalama continues, though the time chamber that they are seemingly being held within seems to be shrouded in darkness. But even now, these vibrations have allowed for me to go and narrow down their location to a small cluster of realms, which I am still trying to pinpoint in locating their exact whereabouts. And so while thankfully they have not been dragged out and taken outside of our known multiverse and into the Omniverse, Zalama says. Having me track down their exact location may take a few more minutes in order for this to go and fully work, as Whis went on to then quickly respond. So then in between that time that is needed for you to go and locate and retrieve the Super Dragon Balls before the Dark Masters can go and use them again, what do you suggest that I go and do in the meantime in order to help better aid our cause during this dire situation? As Zalama went on to then respond, for the time being, I would urge for you to go and inform the other angels to stand by in case we will need for them to assist us, and as it would be best for us to be safe in knowing that we have the others here to help us in case something were to go wrong, than it is for us to be unprepared, with Whis responding, and then so now let's just say if we are to go and hurry and snag the Super Dragon Balls before they can go and be used by the Dark Masters again, then where exactly are we to go and keep them, lest we otherwise run the risk of having to let the Dark Masters go and bring them into another world again, with Zalama responding, well, if I am able to go and pull them out in time and avoid having these demons go and misuse the Super Dragon Balls again, then the safest possible place that I know that these demons wouldn't dare go and cross into lest they warrant their own destruction would be Lord Zeno's world. And while I must admit that these Dark Masters have proven to be quite resourceful, their magic, while it has been proven to be formidable, is not invincible, Zalama says, for the very faint echoes of the Super Dragon Ball's energy themselves continues to provide me with the breadcrumbs that I need in order to go and follow their trail in locating the realm in which they are all hiding in, and if what I can sense is to be true, then I may in fact know on which of these realms they are all currently being kept within, but I cannot go on to know for sure unless I am given a few more minutes to search, Zalama says. And so while I have narrowed these realms down from a few million just to a few thousand, while I continue to narrow these down to a few hundred and ultimately down to a few dozen, I will need for you to go on and inform the others so that they may all be prepared in case anything were to go and happen, because while I have no doubt that we will go and find and lay claim over the Super Dragon Balls in just a few moments, Zalama continues, and I fear that this will not end without a battle to ensue, which is why I ask for you to go and warn the others just in case we are to need them, with Whis responding, then I will go and do what I can if it's for the greater good of our world. And so now, brothers and sisters of the Angelic Order, Whis went on to then summon his staff by then responding, and I hereby go on to bring you news of great importance and news that demands for your immediate attention and unwavering vigilance, for as you may already suspect, the theft and misuse of the Super Dragon Balls have plunged our multiverse into a great peril, as even while things appear to be grim, I had the extraordinary privilege of finding and joining forces with Zalama, as together, we are hereby only narrowing down the location of which of the many realms the Super Dragon Balls are being kept captive within, and as Zalama is working tirelessly to go and pierce the veil of dark magic that conceals their location, so that we may ultimately once again go and retrieve the Super Dragon Balls within our possession, but for our task is far from complete, and the risks surrounding it grow with each passing moment as we strive to go and complete this mission. But even now while we do, Whis continues, and I am going out of my way to go and reach out to all of you because this is not merely a matter of retrieval, but it is a matter of preservation and caution, Whis says, for I only go on to urge you all to maintain a sharp vigilance over your universes and pay very close attention to any unusual disturbances, whether they just so happen to manifest as temporal distortions, energy anomalies, or strange portals forming in and around your worlds. And so while Zalama and I work towards retrieving the Super Dragon Balls, Whis continues, the Demon Realm's rebellion must not be underestimated, for their refusal to relinquish the Super Dragon Balls, should we succeed in locating them, will only most certainly result in conflict, and we must go on to be ready for any action against the multiverse will require for us to go and stand forward, for you must also be prepared for the possibility of being called into action, Whis says, and as even though we angels are not meant to directly interfere within mortal or divine affairs, the magnitude of this crisis may require for us to step beyond our usual roles if it means standing to defend the multiverse, as should that very need go on to arise, Whis continues, then I will go and summon you all directly, and so be ready to respond without hesitation, for if that moment comes, then it will demand unity and swift action, to which all the while back within Universe 11, we only then take a look and seeing as to how Belmont was being fed grapes as he was relaxing while Margarita had overheard Whis' message, with Belmont having to then quickly respond, go on now, just one more ought to do it, as these grapes are just absolutely delicious. But tell me, me something, Margarita. And just what exactly is all this talk that I hear Weason having to go and explain himself over there, eh? For I haven't went and seen you on edge like this in quite some time, and so now what exactly is going on that seemingly has you on edge like this, Belmont questions? For you ought to go and be shown relaxing instead.
Alright, we found a
with
match.
Margarita
Should start in 2
responding, well,
minutes.
I do wish that this were easier to go and explain to you since I just got back into Universe 11 after all, but, well, there appears to be something that is taking place which is placing us all on high alert, which just may in fact endanger this universe if we don't go and deal with this issue before it gets any worse. Which, speaking of, now this was an unexpected surprise. Pride Troopers Dispo, Topo, and Jiren, Margarita says. And what goes on to go and bring the three of you here onto Lord Belmont's planet like this? For you all appear to be troubled by something from what I can tell, as Topo then went on to respond, we are sorry to have come here on such short notice, but we came here to go and speak with both yourself and Lord Belmont in regards to dangerous matters which just so happens to pose a risk in putting Universe 11 in grave danger, with Belmont responding, in danger you say? Belmont then went on to question, and what danger could our universe be facing at the moment that
I will not lose! You vile, insignificant pests! How dare you interfere?
Can you hear me? It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
Flying Nimbus!
What is this place? Thanks.
What raider were you, Patrick? Raider were you, Patrick? It's crazy, Terrence. Got lucky. I haven't beat Bubbles yet. It's crazy, Terrence. Bubbles yet. It's crazy, Terrence. What's the difference between the rework cell and the original cell? The only difference I see is that you get Cell Juniors at level 4. What's the difference between the rework cell and the Is there any other difference? The only difference I see is that you get Cell Juniors at level 4.
You be careful too, okay?
Flying Nimbus!
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Careful now.
Great. You know what to do with that key. That's a new power key. Place it now. Is anyone out there? I'm grateful. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Flying Nimbus!
I see what's going on here. Holy hell. Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out.
This guy's so far, I can't even save him.
Startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Sorry, bro. I tried, man.
Holy hell. System is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully.
The last game. Well, if he has the same skills and everything, then what's the purpose of buying him? He's just a waste of 300 TP tokens. Like I said, other than having to sell juniors, I wouldn't really waste my TP tokens on buying him. Left them all alone. Summoning?
State your wish. I shall grant. Understood.
You're no match for me.
Calls for my attention because the last time that I went and faced a challenge like this was when that bastard Angel Myrno was on the loose, which resulted in the destruction of everything. And so now fill me in on the details. With Jiren having to then chime in, it would only now appear as though that invaders from the demon realm have breached the boundaries of our universe, for their presence threatens the stability that we have worked so tirelessly to maintain, as their ambitions stretch far beyond just mere conquest, for they also seek to dismantle the very fabric of which we stand for, which is ultimately why we are all here before you now, Lord Belmod, as the Pride Troopers and I come here to seek out your approval for what is to come. However, even now, there is more to this than the security of our very universe, because during my confrontation with these invaders, Jiren continues, I went on to carry on in having to come face to face with a demon whose very aura I could never forget, for it was the very same demon who went on to destroy my family, my home, and Master Gichin. For this demon that goes by Kodos is the very embodiment of everything that I have fought against, and it has returned to spread its shadow over Universe 11 that I had sworn to protect. And so now therefore, because he is now here, I will not go and allow for him to go and try to do what he did before ever again, Jiren continues. And so because of this, I ask you, Lord Belmod, to go and grant the Pride Troopers full authorization to operate without constraints, as I only hereby ask you to go and let them take the fight to the invaders wherever that fight may end up leading. But as for myself, I only want to go and ask something more personal of you, for I want to go and ask you to go and allow me to pursue this demon, and to only go on to do so without the fear of punishment or restraint, even if that means that I must bulldoze my way through various different corners within Universe 11 to go and reach him, Jiren continues, for I cannot go and allow for this creature to go and escape me like how he did ever again. And while we hereby ask for you to go and give us the approval that we need to ensure Universe 11's survival, Topo then went on to quickly add, we cannot hope to go and do this without you having to trust our judgment, Lord Belmont, and so that is why we hereby come to you with grace and having to ask you for your help in allowing for us to go and do what we need to do. As Belmont then went on to stand up by addressing the Pride Troopers by responding, then if what it is that you are all telling me here is to be true, then I hereby grant you all full access to go and do what is needed in order to maintain Universe 11's security in doing what needs to be done to destroy these demons and rid them from our world for good. But what I will also go as far as to say is that you will not be going into this war against such creatures on your own, Belmont continues, as this very threat calls for something greater and having it call for the return of the man who once stood alongside the Pride Troopers as one of their own. For it has been countless years since I stepped down as a Pride Trooper to assume my role as God of Destruction, for I thought my days of standing beside you all as an equal and as your comrade were long behind me, but the emergence of these demons demands that I reclaim that very mantle and standing side by side with you all once more, and as I will not go and have what happened with Myrno here to ever go and happen within Universe 11 as it did ever again, Belmont continues. And while I understand the pain that you feel in wanting to go and destroy the very monster who went and ripped everything away from you when you were just a child, Jiren, for I want you to hereby go and understand that you will not be alone, as I will not merely observe this from the sidelines while you go and do this, but instead I will go on to lay claim and fight alongside you as a fellow Pride Trooper once more in putting an end to their invasion myself, no matter how far we will need to go. To which it was only all the while in the meantime when then having to venture on back into Universe 7, we only from that point then take a look and seeing as to how Gohan and Goku were now able to finally reach Lemo, Shilai, and Broly, as Goku went on to address everyone by then responding. And so there you guys have it. So that's pretty much the gist of everything that's been happening around here, which is why we need to go and try to get you guys off of Vampa as soon as we can, with Lemo responding, oh no, it's just like that angel that we went and battled all over again. And so if that ends up being the case, where do you think would be the best place for all of us to go then if not here, with Goku responding, well, our best bet for now is to go and gather everyone together on Lord Beerus's world, just so we can know that we can have the best chances of surviving in case something were to go and happen. And even though we aren't quite sure on what their next move is going to be, it's better for us to go and be gathered around Beerus and Whis in the meantime, Goku continues, just in case an invasion were to go and suddenly happen, which would call for all of us to go and fight as one, with Lemo having to then turn towards Shilai by responding, oh well, if that's the case, then I think that we should go and take their word for it and get the heck off this planet as fast as we can if it means having to save our tails from whatever these demons have planned for us, because I don't know about you, but I'd rather go and be with that destroyer god than remain here all alone, with Shilai responding, yeah, and I'm with you on that, and so we should go and get a move on now before it's too late, with Broly having to address Goku by then responding, and I appreciate you and having to come all this way and having to warn us of what it was that you had experienced, Kakarot, and because of this, I will go on to ensure to fight by your side just as I once did against that angel, and so whatever it is that you want me to go and do, and wherever it is that you want for us to go, I will follow, with Gohan having to be shown turning towards Goku by then responding, hey dad, you also went on to mention something about seeing those demons down there go and open or at least be able to use some kind of a strange portal to go on and jump from world to world faster than you've ever seen, right dad? Because if that ends up being the case, then why don't we simply just go and bring the fight on over to them instead of having these creatures go and bring the fight on over to us, Gohan questions. Which in any case, if you also just so happen to go and think about this, if we do happen to go and agree on this, then do you think that maybe you can replicate what it was that you had seen from that demon Kibi and maybe see if you can go into the demon realm instead? Well, that'd be a little tricky, Goku then went on to quickly ponder by responding, because when Kibi had went and opened it and sent me back into Universe 7, I could feel something strange in the air, like the energy wasn't coming from him, but rather from the demon realm itself, and so it almost felt as though it was more like he went and reached out and pulled the essence of the demon world itself to go and bend space and time in order for him to go and do it, for it is a very dangerous power from what I've seen, but I understand on why you think that we might need to go and use it, and so it's better for us to go and bring the fight on to them before they can go and do the same here to us here, and so although I think he went and did something like this, I'll go and give it a try and see if I can open one, but even if I do, it'll be best for us to go and head back back onto Beerus's world first and gather the others before we go and make our way in, Goku says. And so now, I guess let's just go and see if I can go and replicate what Kibi did and see if it works within our favor, Goku continues. Now he did go on to mention something about forging his energy and condensing it into a singular point, almost like the portals that Myrna was using, but it'll be a little tricky, Goku continues. And that's simply because I also think that in order for me to go and pull this off, I'll need to go and try to tap into the demon realm first and see if I could draw some of its power up for this to go and work, with Gohan responding, "Hey, wait, I think it's working. Yeah, I think it's working, Dad. Well, at least it looks like you may have actually gotten something going here, but it also seems to be very faint, almost like you'll need something more in order for this to work, or at least maybe more power to go and try to perhaps fuel its energy source in order for this to go and work. And so what do you think?" With Goku responding, "Well, I don't really think that that's the case here, but oh, I knew I should have went and asked for Kibi to try and show me how it's done before I left, as I don't think that I'll be able to go and get one opened fully unless I were to somehow go and use the Demon Realm's essence as my main source of power," Goku says. "Hey, wait a minute, right there. I think you may have gotten something going there, Dad, but it's extremely faint," Gohan says. "Maybe you should try and perhaps go and power up and see if that'll speed up the process or something, don't you think? So it only seems to be the more logical approach to go about this, and so do you think that it'll work?" With Goku having to then respond, "Well, I'm not really honestly sure if that'll help or not, but I can go and try to see if," but then it was only from within that very moment, from out of nowhere, as Broly was the only individual amongst that group that was able to detect with something having to rapidly make its way towards our heroes, was when Broly was then shown having to take immediate action by having to swoop on in and grabbing one of the demons that was making its way towards our heroes by the throat and slamming him on down, was when Gohan went on to quickly turn around by shouting, "Hey, whoa, and just what the heck just got into bro? Hey, wait a second, Dad, look! I think it's another one of those demons from the Demon Realm again. I think they found us," with Lemmo having to then shout, "What? You've got to be kidding me already? But the two of you had just practically had gotten here no less than 15 minutes ago, and so how the heck did that thing just go and try to sneak up on us like that?" With Goku responding, "Hey, you're right, but good thing that Broly was able to go and keep an eye out, because just go and look at the size of that one. It's huge," as Broly went on to then respond, "As if you think that I'm just going to go and allow for you monstrous demon creatures to come onto my world and threaten to destroy everything it was that I had forged here. For coming here and trying to ambush us was a mistake," Broly says, "and it'll be one mistake that I'm going to make you pay dearly for, demon." But then it was only surprisingly enough through the other side, as the evolved demon known as Haas was now shown having to step through, was when Haas went on to address Goku by then responding, "Well, well, well, there you all finally are, for I was starting to go and wonder on where it was that you and your little friends had went, but at last I had found you. No, don't tell me that you've forgotten all about me already," Saiyan Haas continues, "for Master Raijin has given me a second chance to go and right the wrongs of my encounter previously with you, for I will now go and do what I must to go and bring upon honor to his name by destroying you all here and now." With Goku responding, "Hey, wait a minute, is that the same demon that Lord Beerus was going to go and destroy before Raijin had went and saved him on Lord Beerus's planet? But it just can't be, for he's different and he's stronger." "Well, then if it's a fight that you came here and wanting to go and look for," Goku says, "then it's a fight that you will most certainly be getting. And I find it quite amusing on how you have all decided to go and gather together on this world in assuming that Lord Raijin wasn't going to go and find you, but now that I have been given a second chance to honor Lord Raijin's name after granting me a new strength to do so, you should all go and know that I don't intend on squandering it here against you, because with this newly found power that is coursing through my body, I will hereby go and make it my mission to weaken every last one of you, both physically, mentally, and spiritually, before I go and hand you all off to Lord Raijin himself himself to destroy. And so while you may go and think that you are all safe, understand that you will never find peace, so as long as Lord Raijin's will is to be done, which is why you will all suffer in his name, as I will go on to make sure of that personally, Oz continues. And very soon, once we go and carry out his will and finish what was started long ago, then not only will Lord Raijin go on to place himself within the highest ranking position in the entire multiverse and having to rule over you all, but Lord Raijin will also hold dominion over everything with nothing and no one that will be left to go and dare to stand in his way ever again, Oz continues. And since the three of you are some of Universe 7's mightiest mortal warriors, then you three will be the ones who will pay the price with your lives once this is all over, with Gohan then having to respond, well, I don't know about you guys, but I think I've had enough in having to go and deal with these demons as of late, and so what do you all say then? Shall we go and put an end to them here and now and show these monsters on what our power is truly capable of, or do you want to go and try and see if we can gauge them all first in battle and having to go and further see in what we'll be going up against in the meantime, Gohan questions? Because quite frankly, I'm getting real tired of having to deal with these creatures back to back to back like this, and so what do you say, Dad? Well, for one, we shouldn't go and underestimate anything that these demons could possibly be capable of and having to do, Goku responds, and so let's just instead go engage them all and first having to see what we're up against in battle before we go off and destroy them, Goku says. And so now in the meantime, Sheila and Lemmo, it's better for you guys to go and get to a safe enough place while we go and do this, because it just might go and get ugly out here in the meantime. So before we go in there and do this, Goku continues, fair warning to you both in trying not to go and let your guard down here against them, and let's just go and see on how much power will be needed to crush them all, so that way we can go on to further maintain what we have for later in case we truly might need to go and use it, Goku says. And as we can't just go and chance anything out here against them, so try and remain focused, Goku says, as Haas went on to then quickly shout, enough of this! Now go, my fellow hunters! Go and sink your spikes into their flesh, and do not stop pursuing them until they all perish! Alright, now remember to go and hold your ground, and for you not to go and let any of them out of your sights, Goku then went on to continue. And so now try and remember to save your strength in case we need it briefly, and let's just go and see as to what we're up against here. But then, it was only just upon with the hunters being shown slamming into both Goku and Gohan as Broly was left having to stand off against Haas was when Gohan then went on to quickly respond, oh, these things are a lot sturdier than I would have imagined that they'd be, but try not to go and let up here against these things, but from what I can go and see and from the looks of it, I think these things only had decided to go and target us in the meantime, Dad, which means that Broly is all by himself. Well, that I can go and see, but don't let their sudden attacks go and sway you otherwise, especially you, Broly, Goku shouts. But heads up right there in front of you, because it looks as though the bigger one over there is coming right after you, Broly. But then, it was only just upon within that very moment as Broly was shown turning into a Super Saiyan, as the newly evolved demon Haas was then shown making his way towards him, was when Haas went on to then quickly respond, I don't think you mortals quite understand the dangers that you are all placed in within the moment, because with the two of you having to come onto this world for whatever reason that may have been, the end result of what is about to go and take place throughout this rotten universe once Lord Raijin goes and gets his hands on what he seeks will inevitably all end in the exact same way as he had anticipated for it to end, and that'll be through your inevitable destruction. Well, not if we have something to say about it, you won't, Gohan then went on to quickly power up by responding, for they may be strong, but I do believe that those giant mouths on the front of their bodies is their greatest weakness, Dad. And so now let's go and try to hurry and blast these things back so that we can go and try to get rid of them from our line of sight and focus solely on Demon Haas while we have the chance, Gohan shouts. Right then, and so now there, Goku shouts upon being shown having to let out a blast alongside with Gohan and blasting two of the hunter demons away. Now go and give it everything you have without going as far as to use your full power, and let's clear right past these two so that we can go and get the main one. Yes, there we are now, Gohan shouts, and with Broly jumping into using his Super Saiyan form rather than going any higher, it only now appears as though we have them right where we need to be, just as I knew that we would, as Haas went on to then quickly respond, oh, but how did you both just go and deal with my hunters so quickly like this? Curse you, primal parasites, for you haven't won. Not by a long shot, and I stand here before you as proof that you didn't and you won't, Saiyans. Well, maybe now you can go and see that we here in Universe 7 aren't just going to let you demons walk all over us without putting you all right back in your places by proving you wrong. And since we did, now you are left all alone with no one to save you from what you have coming, with Goku having to then chime in. And since you wanted to be the first one to go and try to use the numbers game here against us, now it's time for us to go and show you by going as far as to return the favor tenfold, demon. To which it was only just upon with Gohan, Broly, and Goku being
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Thanks.
Flying Nimbus!
You found a power key. Go slot it. Great. You know what to do with that key. Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick.
Flying Nimbus!
Stay calm. Ah! Oh man.
I don't know how this guy saw me. Right here for a bit. He's gone.
Flying Nimbus!
To B and C after. So annoying, bro. So we just had to set the C key now. He destroyed B. Sounds good, Terrence.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Flying Nimbus!
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Holy hell.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're
I'm
done.
about to go in and try to set it, but shout out to that person.
Somebody's down.
Sacrifice.
Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
This guy just doesn't want to let me live, bro. Nothing I could have done. I was only level 1.
Thank you. Supplies to help. Make good use of them.
Time to go. Unbelievable.
The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. Little 7 dragonballs. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Now it shall be done. I will grant your wish.
Here goes! shiny new form make you envious? Come.
Shown dashing directly towards Demon Haas was when Haas went on to then quickly respond. So this was your grand plan, huh, Saiyans? For did you really go and think that I would go and come here all alone? No, you fools. For we demons are never truly alone, because even while I stand before you as one, I carry the power and will of the entire demon realm here with me, as you are not just fighting me, but you are rather fighting all of us. To which it was only from behind Haas, as multiple energy beams were then shown having to make its way through the smoke. We only then begin to take a look as to how the tables were now beginning to shift within the favor of the demons, as Haas went on to then continue. Ah yes, very good. For my reinforcements have finally arrived, and who better to be sent out here to crush you all than by sending out one of the strongest machine demons within the entire demon realm. For now you mortals are in for a very rude awakening, and so now you are all in for it. As Ultimate Gohan then went on to respond, what an insanely powerful burst of energy attacks, but where in the world are they coming from, and why are these attacks so heavy? Oh, if we don't go and try to do something quick, then it'll simply go on to overtake us all here, Dad. But then it was only surprisingly enough through the other side, as the elite machine demon known as Meki Myro was then shown having to step through in blasting Broly, Gohan, and Goku, was when Meki Myro then went on to respond. How utterly pathetic of you mortals to go and assume that we are not without protecting our own, for Lord Raigen's will is absolute, and with I as his instrument of chaos, he has sent me into this universe to purge it of all those who dare to stand and oppose him, as I am hereby ready to battle you all, for this day will be remembered as your last, because I don't plan on stopping until each and every single one of you are destroyed, no matter the cost. Meki Myro continues, for you were lucky to have escaped us once before, Son Goku, but know this, for you will not be so lucky to go and escape us as you did ever again. As Goku then went on to respond, oh no, I think I remember him from when Kibi and I were attempting to avoid being seen by him, and we've got to go and stand our ground here, you guys, because I think that this is going to be a tough one. But then it was only through the other side, as Super Saiyan Broly was then shown rapidly making his way ever so closer towards Meki Myro, was when Ultimate Gohan then went on to quickly shout, wait, no, don't do it, Broly! Oh, darn it! We're sitting ducks out here if we don't go and do something quick here, Dad, because I'm not sure if Broly's going to be able to handle that guy out there all by himself, and so we've got no other choice than to go even higher than what we are now, because, well, the longer we go and hold out, then the worse this could probably end up becoming, especially since we kind of already see as to where these two stand. But it was even despite with Super Saiyan Broly's best attempts of having to attack Meki Myro, with Meki Myro being shown having to wrap Broly around several cables before being shown having to electrocute him, was when Goku then went on to quickly respond, oh darn it, I was hoping that it wouldn't come down to this and having us go and use our strongest levels of power so soon, but it looks like we are left with no other choice then, and so now let's go and hurry and use our full strength in hopes of getting that machine off of him, because if he is able to go and grab hold of Broly and electrocute him like this, then it's only going to be a matter of time before Broly's body wears down, with that machine demon having to end his life in the process, and so let's move right now. To which this was immediately what both Gohan and Goku ended up doing, because with Goku being shown jumping straight into his mastered Ultra Instinct form as Gohan jumped into his Beast form, was when the two immediately then went on the attack by simultaneously kicking Meki Myro, with Gohan shouting, that's enough, you metal freak, because if you thought that we were just going to stand idly by and watch you hurt him the way you did, then you have another thing coming then, demon. That's right, Goku then went on to quickly chime back in, and no amount of loyalty to your Dark Lord down there is ever going to go go and break our resolve to always stand together in battle no matter what, with Haas responding, "Curse these Saiyans and their constant rotten interference. Now how should we go about this by having to split them apart and having to keep them divided, Mekimaro? Now hold your ground and do not falter from this momentary pushback," Mekimaro then went on to quickly respond, "for I will go and find a way to break them all apart and creating separation between them, and when I do, I will need for you to go and close in and do what must be done to shred them while we have the chance, but you will leave the bigger Saiyan among them all for me to handle," Mekimaro continues, "and as I will go and be the one who will ensure his painful destruction." But then, it was suddenly within that very moment as both Haas and Mekimaro were beginning to sense a very strange and anomalous energy begin to surge and having to garner both of their attentions, was when Haas went on to then quickly respond, "Wait, Mekimaro, are you sensing what I'm sensing at the moment? For could this truly be what I think for this to be? Because if it is," Haas continues, "then what should our next move go and be, since we are already locked in battle at the moment?" With Mekimaro responding, "Yes, for the hour of the beast is at long last here, which only means that our work here must be cut short until we are to return again. For we are all now to go and return back within the demon realm for the time being and be with Lord Raijin as we wait to find out on what he wants for us to go and do," Mekimaro continues. "And so now in the meantime, let us go and gather whatever of our forces are left and make our return at once, for we are not to go and miss this if this truly is what we suspect for this to be, Haas. And so now let's go," with Beast Gohan then having to chime in, "Hey, wait, look, something's wrong, because is it just me, or does it seem as though they are starting to lay off here? Because whatever it was that just happened," Gohan continues, "it almost looks as though it now has their full and undivided attention. And so what do you think is going on that has them all on edge like this, with their guards now having to be lowered?" With Goku responding, "I'm not really sure, but we can't just stand around here and just wait to find out either. And so now what are you two doing?" Goku then went on to further question, "because we know that you are both more than likely planning something here, and so whatever it is that you are both whispering about over there isn't going to be something